reflects our understanding that infrastructure cannot be viewed in isolation. Roads, bridges, energy grids, water systems, and buildings must be planned not only as individual projects but as interconnected components of broader social, environmental, and economic systems. Sustainability, resiliency, and cost effectiveness are not competing priorities. They are interdependent goals. And integrated thinking across sectors, disciplines, and stakeholders is the key to achieving them together. Today, we will explore strategies for doing that. We will discuss how sustainability, resiliency, and economic viability can be effectively integrated into the earliest stages of infrastructure planning and how they can be maintained through the project lifecycle. We will examine real-world examples of successful delivery models and confront the barriers that too often delay meaningful progress. Our collective mission as civil engineers is to protect public health, safety, and welfare. The mission grows more complex in a world where extreme weather events, population shifts, and supply chain disruptions are increasingly the norm. It demands not only technical expertise, but also ethical clarity, community engagement, and systems-level leadership. For this reason, stakeholders' alignment is a critical part of sustainable infrastructure delivery, and I'm glad to see it featured so prominently at this conference. Whether we are working on rural water systems, urban transit networks, or national energy strategies, the path to decarbonization and sustainability runs through inclusive planning. It requires us to listen carefully, to partner widely, and to build consensus necessary, and it is within our reach. I'm especially excited that this conference will also focus on innovation in material sourcing, logistics, and waste management. These are often overlooked areas that hold tremendous potential for transforming how we build. Advances in digital technology, data analytics, modular construction, and low-carbon materials are redefining what is possible. We can now reduce embodied carbon, minimize waste, and optimize transportation networks in ways that they were unmanageable a generation ago. The question is no longer whether we can innovate, but how quickly we are willing to do so, and how boldly we are willing to lead. Our colleagues in Nigeria and across the continent are already demonstrating the power of this innovation. From locally sourced building materials that reduce environmental footprints to circular economic models that transform waste into opportunity, to climate smart infrastructure projects that serve as global studies, your work is just impressive. It is also essential to our shared future. As we engage in dialogue over the next day or this day, I encourage you to think about how we, as a global community of engineers, can build stronger bridges, both literally and metaphorically. Let us build bridges between research and implementation, between technical expertise and community needs, between nations and regions, between generations of engineers, ensuring that the next wave is committed to supporting that journey. We are proud of our international partnerships, including our Nigerian members and the broader engineering community in Africa. We look forward to deepening these relationships, sharing resources, and learning from each other as we navigate the path toward sustainable development. In closing, let me thank the organizers of this conference for their vision and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge the policymakers, industry partners, academic institutions, and community leaders whose collaboration is vital to our work. Most of all, I want to thank you, the engineers, the planners, the innovators, the doers, the people who will take the insights from this conference and turn them into action on the ground. The people who understand that infrastructure is more than concrete and steel. It is a foundation for dignity, opportunity, and resilience. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment to excellence and integrity. And thank you for helping us build a more sustainable and equitable future for Nigeria, for Africa, and for the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And that was the 2025 President of the American Society of Civil Engineers. Please, a round of applause for him once again. Sustainability, resilience, and cost are not competing priorities. Infrastructure is more than steel, concrete. It's about resilience. It's about dignity. Please, a round of applause for him once again. For members, for audience, attendees at this conference who are not familiar with the American Society of Civil Engineers, to help us understand what our strategic vision is as an organization spread across the globe, I would like to invite Mrs. April Lander, the ASCE Region 10 International Director, to walk us through the ASCE strategic vision. Please, a round of applause for her as she makes her way to the podium. Please keep the round of applause going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I wanted to come to Nigeria since I was about 10 years old when I had a Nigerian pen pal, and it's taken me a long time to get here, but I'm finally here. So thank you so much for hosting us. It's been a pleasure to meet so many of you, and hope I meet many more of you today. So thanks again. So today I'm going to talk about our ASCE strategic plan. I'm going to talk about sustainable infrastructure. Way back in the 1990s, I worked with the sustainable infrastructure, and it was for an international organization along the U.S.-Mexico border, and it was the first time sustainability was actually required for infrastructure before financing could happen by the North American Development Bank. And that information actually was put into some of the documents that I'll talk about today. So just really interesting to see, a whole conference dedicated to sustainable infrastructure now. It's just such a strong thing to be working with. Next, I guess I got the slides, so I can do this. So I'm, like I said, the director for American Society of Civil Engineers on the direction, and I represent Region 10. And we're very, very happy to have our next Region 10 director here, who will start in October, Dr. Adi Yimel. So thank you for taking on that role. That's going to be wonderful to have a Region 10 director from Africa. So I'm very excited about that. And of course, we have our Region 10 governor, and we've had past governors here as well, Rashid Hassan. And yes, so we have our president of the Nigeria section. And yes, and all of the officers that you have, you've done a wonderful job. So we're very excited about this conference. So there we go. So ASCE has a global reach of 177 countries. We have members in each of these countries that you see in blue. Region 10, we have 30 sections where we have more members, and these are where we have those sections. So we have quite strong representation around the world. So with the strategic plan, there were drivers of change that influenced the direction of it. everything from climate change to being future ready with our infrastructure. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which has brought in money to finance infrastructure in the U.S., justice, diversity, equity, inclusion, and of course the pandemic and sustainability. So that's my favorite. So this is our strategic plan, which the ASCE president actually had a big hand in developing that, so thank you for that. But I wanted to mention our vision. It's engineered and natural systems working in harmony for the benefit of humanity. The mission is to lead the civil engineering profession to sustainably advance and protect the health, welfare, I think it says, health, safety, and welfare of all. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on, but that is something so important because that's looking from this generation to next generation to the next generation to the next generation to the next generation. So we need to protect the environment. And of course we have a commitment to our members to inspire, connect, and serve our global members to maximize their potential and let's see what it says, personal growth and magnify their lifelong professional impact. So we have strategic strips, and they're in 3 areas: society, profession, and membership. So innovate, define, and drive creative development and renewal of future-ready infrastructure, advocate, promote, and facilitate civil engineering leadership in developing equitable solutions to global challenges, profession, energize and cultivate a bit closer. A diverse, inclusive, engaged civil engineering community, and stimulate, accelerate development and adaptation of emergence membership, and deliver effective management. So here we have more strategic objectives. It's a little small, so I won't read that to you, but I just want you to be aware that we have specific objectives. We have a lot of ASCE resources. We have, so we have a lot of ASCE library. We have virtual events all the time. We have ASCE Collaborate, which is a platform that we can use to meet and collaborate online with others. And we have engagement, future world vision on the card for infrastructure, which gives grades to infrastructure in the U.S., and it's being used. Some interest here in Nigeria to look into that as well. We have member experience by design, career connections, salary reports, e-learning, and Mentor Match is a really good thing to look in. You can actually go online and find your mentor, the name of the person, the topic that you might be interested in, etc. So that's a wonderful thing. And we have virtual job fairs too. So wonderful, especially for younger people who are just getting started in their career. And I would just want to mention civil engineering slide. This is the engineering equivalent, and it's experience and specialty, as well as demonstrated integrity, engineering, navigation, engineering management. So, yes, wonderful. About how we're going to actually get there after this video. But the main thing you should know is that this is a desktop application available at futureworldvision.org, and you can communicate with other people about the future as well. Oh, they need audio. Do you have audio? No audio?
Intensify significantly, as you can see
Wildfire
behind
is
me.
now the second largest in state history.
So ASCE has a lot of resource sustainability. I know we only have a couple minutes, so I just want to make sure we mention a couple of them. The ASCE COS, which is Committee on Sustainability 73, publications. We have a lot of policy statements relating to sustainability, impact of climate change, role of civil engineers, sustainable development, et cetera, et cetera. UN. So it's for all types of infrastructure. Has a framework. A lot of this is available free. For any project you have, you can go online and you don't have to pay anything, and you can work on the sustainability of a project. But if you want project verification and award recognition, you can do that too. Oops. That's right. Well, this is 64 credits that are reviewed in 5 categories: quality of life, leadership, resource allocation, natural world, climate, and resilience. And this is one that's an example credit for reducing net embodied carbon. Project awards, silver, gold, platinum. And we have Envision Sustainability Professionals. I'm one of them. Probably a few in the room here, I'd say. I know, so I'm sure you are. Most are ASCE members, 70% are engineers. There's a directory of these people. You can look and see if there's anyone here in Nigeria. And there's training courses. We just had one not too long ago in China with 100 people, so maybe perhaps we could do one here in Nigeria as well. There's a couple steps of verification after design and post-construction or post-construction. Just a few examples of projects. Mandatory life cycle performance-based sustainability standard. ASCE is a consensus standards developer accredited by ANSI, which is the American National Standards Institute, and it aligns with the Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure Vision Rating System that we just looked at, which, as I mentioned, has a lot of free resources. There's 8 chapters: sustainability, leadership, quality of life, resource allocation, natural world, greenhouse gas emissions and resilience, and life cycle cost analysis. So you can see there's a lot of similarities to the Envision rating system. Right now this standard's being reviewed. It's going to be updated. I'm on that committee. At least 19 of those outcome criteria, 29 must be satisfied, a life cycle cost analysis must be performed, and a sustainability management plan. This is an infrastructure that we're going to need in 2050, doesn't even exist now. So that's interesting. It's an engineering standard, and there's, up to this date, there's been no standard like this one, which means that ABET accredited engineering programs can use this engineering standard in their major design experience. So just keep that in mind if there's any academics here. And just, there's opportunities, performance improvement through project phases, stakeholder collaboration, performance achievement. And this is what I wanted to just end with, hopefully, is we want to be in the sustainability quadrant down the right, bottom right there, which is where Sri Lanka is. We don't want to be using too low in India and probably here in Nigeria. So we want to move to that sweet spot. Thank you, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, April. Yes. Please a round of applause for her once again. So I would like to do a quick exercise. If you're here and you're a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers, can I see your hands up? Okay, impressive. So if you are here and you are not a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers, can I see your hands up? Don't be shy. Okay, if you're here, you're not a member, and you would like to be a member after listening to April's wonderful presentation, can I see your hands up? Please don't tell me that presentation wasn't convincing. Please show your hands up, please. Okay, all right, please a round of applause for her once again. Thank you very much, April. Also, introduction is continuous. I would like to please recognize the stakeholders within the ASCE Nigerian community. I would like to recognize the presence of Engineer Dr. Emmanuel Adeyemo, past president and pioneer president of the ASCE Nigeria section, who is also the past Region 10 governor, as well as the Region 10 director-elect, taking over from April. Please a round of applause for Engineer Dr. Adeyemo. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize also a past president of the American Society of Civil Engineers, Nigeria International Section, Engineer Ajose Otinwa. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to recognize the presence of engineer within the civil engineering community, Engineer Oreoluwa Fadayomi, past president of the Nigerian Institution of Structural Engineers. Thank you very much for gracing this conference. And also because we are a family in the ASCE community. All right, sorry about that. I would like to recognize, because we're a family in the ASCE community, the presence of the spouses of the Region 10 Governor, Engineer Rashid Azan, as well as wife of the President of the Nigeria section of the ASCE. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Sophia Azan. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much for gracing this conference. I would also like to recognize the presence of Mrs. Odibi, wife of the President of the ASCE. Thank you very much for joining us. Very, very wonderful and beautiful faces. Please, a round of applause for them once again. Okay, moving on, we are far behind schedule, so I would like to please welcome Engineer Rashid Azan. Please, a round of applause for our Region 10 Governor once again.
Thank you, Yusefat. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for coming. President Feniuski, Executive Director Tom Smith, my fellow governors from Region 10, Region 10 Director-elect Dr. Adeyemo April, the current Region 10 Director, Nives. Thank you all for coming. Our seniors in the industry, ladies and gentlemen, you have it? Okay. So I just wanted to thank you. Region 10 of ASCE comprises of every other continent outside of the United States, Mexico and Puerto Rico and Canada. So, next slide. Okay. Region 10, we are comprised of 174 countries, 34,000 plus members, 30 sections, 6 branches, 2 of the branches are in Nigeria, 120 student chapters, and we are working on many more. Okay, the Region 10 Board of Governors, Kamal Laksiri from Sri Lanka, Olga Marin from Colombia, Panos from Greece, Elias Saya from UAE, and the incoming Region 10 Director, that is Dr. Emmanuel Adeyemo. Okay. And Feniuski, currently 2025 President. Then you have the executive committees, that work on different aspects of what we do. Then you have the society geographic directors. Geographic directors are the the 10 regions. Then you have society technical directors. Those are the directors from the technical institutes, structural engineering institutes, geo institute, construction, transportation and development institute, technical in-depth. Then at-large directors, those are like appointed directors to the board. Then you have the geographic region governors. Then the sections. Under the sections, you have the constituent groups and branches. So most of us are either branches or sections for now. So then you have the region board, technical region board, and the institute boards on the other side. Then you have, like I said, the section and branches. Most of us are here. Okay, the geographic locations have been introduced to us earlier by April, the different countries where we are in Region 10. So what do we do? So I'll just take us through some of the things we do. So we set vision and mission for Region 10, or sometimes we have to review the existing one in line with the global vision of ASCE to bring the entire engineering family, not even just civil engineering, under one shared vision for the sustainability of our world. Okay, so we meet every quarter in person once a year, then the other times we meet virtual because we're in different parts of the world, different time zones and all that. Then approval for the establishment and the disestablishment of student chapters. Like in Nigeria, we are working currently on about 7 universities and other institutions, to become registered student chapters to continue the advocacy. Whatever you are doing and the younger ones and the students are not part of it, then it's not sustainable. So our strategic objective is to get the students and the younger members to have interest in engineering. Most of them these days, they want tuition will be sustained. Then we do approval for new sections and branches under the region. Then the governing documents, the bylaw, the constitution of the adopted after the main constitution and bylaw of ASCE. Then agreements of cooperation with other engineering organizations. Currently in Nigeria, we have AOC with Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. It's been running for the past about 16 years, I think, since 2009. And we have with many more around the world, just to collaborate and do the job together. We cannot do it alone. We also play a role in reframing ASCE governance. We act as a bridge between chapters, so we act as a kind of bridge between ASCE at the society level and these other levels. Then we support the sections and branches in conflict resolution, coordination. Even though they have their independence, they have their authority, but as human beings, sometimes there will be conflicts. So Region 10 comes in where and when necessary to try to resolve, conflicts and coordinate activities at these levels. So that will be it for the wanting of time. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
There's a round of applause for our Region 10 Governor, Engineer Rashid Azan. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, a Sustainable Infrastructure Conference of the American Society of Civil Engineers, Nigeria section. Okay, sorry for that. The next item on the agenda is our keynote speech. And delivering this keynote speech is none other person than Dr. Jobson Oseodion Ewelafo. He's the director of the ICRC, that is from the Presidency, the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission. Also representing him, however, is Dr. Amanze Okere, the coordinator, Nigeria Institute of Infrastructure and Public-Private Partnership at the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Amanze Okere as he takes the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Size. And he will tell you if he stands on the existing protocols. Who knows when the protocols will collapse? Incidentally, he's a civil engineer. Okay, he's late now. Our Director General, Dr. Jobson Ewalefo, sorry you missed his name, was on the entourage of Mr. President to Brazil last week, and they just came back, and then his office is mechanical engineer. He said I should come and speak to the team. So I recognize everybody here, and this is the keynote address of the Director General. I thought it's going to be projected. A keynote address delivered at the American Society of Civil Engineers Nigeria International Section, Nigeria 2025 Conference by the Director General CEO of Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, Dr. Jobson Osedion Ewalefo, on Thursday, 17 July at the Radisson Blu Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Distinguished participants, esteemed engineers, policymakers, academics, and fellow advocates of sustainable development. It is a privilege and honor to give this keynote address at this gathering of the American Society of Civil Engineers, ASCE, Nigeria International Section, Nigeria 2025 Conference on the theme, Integrated Approaches to Sustainable Infrastructure Planning and Delivery. This theme is both strategic and imperative. Around the world and indeed across Africa, there is a pressing realization that development is not a luxury, but a necessity. The call for integration speaks not only to the coordination of sectors, but also to the harmonization of ideas, policies, financing strategies, environmental imperatives, and the realities of our local contexts. For Nigeria and many developing economies, I think you can do us a favor by increasing the fund size. Infrastructure remains the backbone of economic transformation. However, the gaps are wide and require urgent and integrated approach to bridge them. Infrastructure in some key sectors such as energy, transport, agriculture, water, mining, housing, healthcare, education, etc. have remained largely underdeveloped over the years. This led the federal government of Nigeria through the Ministry of Budget and National Planning to collaborate with key stakeholders and develop the National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan, NIMP, in 2013, a 30-year ambitious program to raise Nigeria's infrastructure stock to GDP to the global benchmark of 70% from less than 25%, with a capital requirement of $3 billion USD. This master plan was revised in 2020, 5 years ago, to 23 years, with a capital requirement of $2.3 trillion. Both were benchmarked to end in 2043. And the review shows that the NIMP translates to an annual average are insufficient to meet this demand. If government does nothing else except public-private partnership, more than just financing integrated infrastructure of government in this transformation. Established under the ICRC, that's why Lekki Deep Sea Ports, they had to engage Nigerian Ports Authority, which is a federal government agency. Our commission ensures that projects are structured and procured competitively in a transparent manner as required by the Eastern rules. Our commission also assesses through a detailed due diligence exercise. It recognizes that sustainability is not achieved in isolation. For example, a toll road must not only move vehicles efficiently, it must do more than just handle freight. It must stimulate local economies, minimize environmental harm, and be integrated with rail and road networks. In this context, the ICRC is championing several integrated PPP projects, some of which include the Nigeria Port Infrastructure Renewal Projects, linking seaports with land-dry ports projects in Taraba State, which is structured to harness the benefit of hydropower from the Kashimbila Dam, a 40 megawatt hydropower plant. But the beauty of that hydropower plant is that the water from the dam is used to irrigate the land in Taraba State, and then the airport in Taraba, and that's the idea, this integration, and that is what our office does. And then back to what we are doing here for civil engineers. Nigerian government has a project called the Highway Development and Management Initiative, the HDMI, where we are looking at the major road corridors in the country. And you know that before the last administration ended, they were actually finalized, but we had to renegotiate the contracts because of the devaluation of our exchange rates and all of them. So this Highway Development Management Initiative projects combine road delivery with fiber optics, security, economic hubs, which are made possible due to land value capture. As engineers, whether you are civil or mechanical, beyond the blueprints and calculations, we are needed to become advocates of resilient, inclusive, and climate-aligned infrastructure systems. We must move from isolated projects to interconnected systems thinking, where transportation, housing, water, power, ICT, and other key infrastructure are planned as one ecosystem. Our country, Nigeria, stands ready for partnerships globally and locally. Our commission, the ICRC, is also strengthening collaborations with state governments to replicate successful PPP models, expand project pipelines, and deepen public sector capacity. We have extended our hand of collaboration to the COREN, the umbrella body for regulation of engineering in Nigeria, when the president and other key officers recently visited our office on a courtesy visit. We invite the engineering community, both at home and abroad, to be part of this process. Engineering innovation, research, and practical knowledge must drive the next generation of Nigeria infrastructure. We must also not forget the people, the users of the services delivered by the infrastructure. Integrated infrastructure must be socially inclusive. Our roads must connect our farmers to the industries and markets. Our water systems must reach rural dwellers. Our digital infrastructure must empower young entrepreneurs. Sustainability is not just environmental. It is economic, it is social, it is institutional. On behalf of the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, I reaffirm our commitment to sustainable infrastructure development through integrated planning and private sector participation. We will continue to provide the enabling environment using the framework under our guidance for provision of integrated infrastructure system in our country. As stated earlier, we look forward to deepening collaboration with the engineering body and with all professionals committed to the noble cause of nation building through infrastructure. Thank you for this opportunity, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for him once again. So if you're a young engineer and you ever wonder where does your work intersect with public service or public sector, I think that we've been given a befitting response to that. So we've just listened to the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, represented by the Director Amanzi Okere, Coordinator of the Nigeria Institute of Infrastructure and Public-Private Partnership. And there were some things that I could easily take away from that conversation, which is just retreating what some of the earlier speakers had mentioned, that when we do develop infrastructure, when we do plan infrastructure, they must be socially inclusive, they must be resilient, they must be integrated, we must develop them in an unisolated manner. That is, we must collaborate with each other. And infrastructure just goes beyond roads and buildings. It is health, it is agriculture, it is transportation. And, he mentioned a typical case study of what the Kashimbila Dam could do for us. Beyond just generating 40 megawatt of electricity, it could irrigate adjoining farmlands. And then all of that can also be exported. He made an example of London within 5 hours. That's prosperity, that's sustainability, that's integration. Please, a round of applause for the director once again. Okay, we would like to do a short exercise. You've met some of us, you've met some of our guest speakers. We would also like to meet some of you in the audience. So if you're very kind enough to please introduce yourself, we'll be passing the mic around. Usher, just raise up your hand and randomly you could just tell us your name, what you do. Please, Usher, pick any beautiful or fine face that you like. If they want. Thank
Good
you very
morning. My name is Fasasi Abdullah Zolamide. So I'm an affiliate member of Civil Engineering, Society of Civil Engineers. Thank you for having me here.
All right. Thank you very much, Abdulaziz.
Alright, good morning everyone. I am Adebowale Tululokwe. I am a student member of ASCE. I'm from Covenant University and it's wonderful being here.
Thank you very much for joining us. We're happy to have you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adeyemi Esther. I'm also a student member from ASC and a student from Covenant University. Thank you very much for having me.
Covenant University, thank you for joining us. Anybody from the University of Lagos? Yaba College of Technology?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Mrs. Faith Ahimian. I'm a lecturer from the Unedion University Okada, and I'm here with some of my students and a parent.
Your students are shy. Thank you very much for joining us, ma.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Izile Interi. I'm the president of Unedion University Okada chapter, ASCE chapter. It's nice to be here.
Thank you very much. My name is Sholanke Damilola Steven. Thank you for this conference.
Good morning, everyone. I am Eyo Roland. I am the president of Association of Civil Engineering Students of Covenant University. And I'm also very, very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello everybody, my name is John Bola and I am a civil engineering student of Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and I'm also a student member of ASCE. Thank you very much.
Alabata, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Emmanuel Aremu. I'm a member of ASC and I'm also a lecturer at Covenant University. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eyabu Hamisan Shafi. I'm a student member of ASC. I'm a student of University. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you very much. I guess that's all. Funab, Igbenedion University, Alabata, those are the only three schools I had. So those are the only three schools offering civil engineering in Nigeria as far as we are concerned at the American Society of Civil Engineers. So please, a round of applause for yourselves. Okay, because recognition is continuous, we also have in our midst some special guests. Please, with a round of applause, welcome Engineer Dr. Ruby Owivri, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Civil Engineers and member of the American Society of Civil Engineers. He's also the past national chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. Please, a round of applause for Engineer Dr. Ruby Owivri. Please, if you could please make your way to the front seats. Ushers. Please, a round of applause for Fumi, please. Assist him. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to recognize the presence of the National Chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, Engineer Tokumbo Ajanoku, Fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I haven't said that we would like to exercise our legs a bit and also feed our mouth. With the kind permission of the organizers, I would like the usher to please direct our special guests who are occupying the first 2 seats to take their tea break, and then in an orderly fashion they will direct the next seats behind them. So as you have your tea break, please, it's an opportunity for you to also network. Introduce yourself properly if you were shy of the camera. So I hope you will not be shy to meet them in person.
Hi, my name is Bruno Mbrezi.
Magic begin. When it's time to cook, don't you stress. Last kitchen brings the
Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, please let us return to our seats. Please, the tea break is now over. Let us return to our seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are still having your tea break, please kindly return to your seats. Please let us return to our seats. The tea break is over. Please let us return to our seats. Ushers. Our mouths are now busy. Those who were shy to introduce themselves suddenly have now come alive. Please let us return to our seats. Thank you very much.
I'm Joey, and I'm one of the 30 AI voices from SpeechLab.
All right, thank you very much. I hope we all had a very hearty meal. I can judge from the ways our mouths are moving. Okay, let's now move on to the next agenda for today. But before we take that, I would like to recognize, please, the presence of the President of the Nigerian Institution of Structural Engineers, Engineer Justin Adeyoye, FNSC FNI Struct. Please a round of applause for him. Could you please stand up for recognition? Okay, I don't think he's on seat. I would also like to recognize the presence of an ASCE stakeholder, the former technical chair of the ASCE Nigeria section, Engineer Unuigbe Aileme. Please a round of applause for Engineer Unuigbe Aileme. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I would also like to recognize the presence of Professor Olatokunbo Ofunyato, the head of Department Civil Engineering at Covenant University. A round of applause. If you could please stand up for recognition. Okay, thank you for joining us. I would also like to quickly recognize the presence of Engineer Kamsalem Bukar, President of the Association of Consulting Engineers of Nigeria. Please, ushers, assist him to please move forward. Okay, technical, can you please confirm that we have Professor Hilary online? Stephen, Professor Hilary. So we will now move on to a guest speaker address to be delivered by Engineer Professor Hilary Ijeoma, PhD FNSC FNICE FNIEE. Engineer Hilary is a professor of civil engineering and deputy vice chancellor academic at Delta State University, Abraka. He's the head of department of the DELSU, of the civil engineering department at DELSU. He served between 2017 and 2020 as head of department. He's a deputy director of the intensive and path studies at DELSU between 2020 and 2022. Prior in his career, he had lectured at Landmark University in Kwara State and has over 50 scientific articles in Scopus, Clarivate Analytics, and Index journals. He attained the enviable position of professor in 2022 at the age of 40, making him unarguably about the youngest professor in Nigerian public university. Please, I think that deserves a round of applause. He obtained his PhD in civil engineering, water resources, and environmental engineering from the University of Benin in 2006. Obtained a master's in engineering in 2011 and a bachelor's of engineering at the University of Port Harcourt and the Federal University of Technology, respectively, Owerri. He has fellowships at the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, and the Nigerian Institution of Environmental Engineers. He is a consultant to many universities and polytechnics on research and publication, and some industries as well as corporate organizations on pollution control, renewable energy, water treatment, stormwater control equipment, as well as leadership training, etc. He has presented papers in many national and foreign conferences and has received local and international awards such as the National Jubilee Merit Award by the NSC, a Distinguished Professional Career Award by the NIEE. In 2021, he was recognized by the Time Africa magazine as an outstanding scholar and by the African Youth Advocate Assembly for Strategic Leadership and Solutions for Sustainable Development. And we are very glad to have him deliver a guest speech at this Sustainable Infrastructure Conference. Please, Mr. Hilary, the floor is now yours. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you so very much. I think I can share my screen.
Yes, we can see your slides now.
Thank you. So let me begin by first and foremost appreciating the organizers of this program. The protocol has been laid, and like the keynote speaker said, I'm not too fat, so let me lean on it or rest on it in order to make my presentation. And I hope that is accepted. Am I audible enough? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. So, my presentation this afternoon is on the theme which says integrated approaches to sustainable infrastructure planning and delivery. We I want to look at it from various aspects. And then we'll be able to check if we are really doing it well or not. Just 1 minute, please. I'm going to switch off my television set to reduce noise. So the topic this morning is integrated approaches to sustainable
Professor
infrastructure
Hillary.
planning. And
Hello, Professor. Can you
delivery.
hear
Yeah,
us?
I'm on.
Okay, could you please
Yes, I can hear
share
you.
your screen, because we can't see your video, we can only see your slide.
You cannot see my video?
Yes.
Okay.
Or your face, rather.
Let me see what I can. Let
You
me
can just stop
go
sharing
back.
and try to reshare.
Okay, maybe I can stop sharing.
You can please go ahead. I think we'll make do with this.
Or can you share? Can you
Yes.
share from your side?
Yes, we
stop
can.
sharing.
Okay, stop sharing
Let me just
now.
stop sharing.
Yes.
Okay. I'm even trying to go there. It's not appearing. Are we okay now? Can you see my face now?
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you see my Can you see my face?
No, we cannot, but you can go ahead. I think it's fine now.
I've stopped sharing.
No, it's okay. Can you see our screen? Your slide is up.
Yes, I can only see my slide. I can't even see people too.
Please go ahead. Continue for want of time. Professor Hillary, can you please go ahead? Okay, I think we're having a technical glitch with Professor Hillary.
Can you see me now? No, I'm okay. I'm back.
Okay, are you ready to go?
Yes. So you share so that you can see me. I'm ready to go.
Okay, you have the floor now, sir.
Thank you.
Please, you have 15
All right,
minutes.
thank you. All right, so we are looking at integrated approaches to sustainable infrastructure planning and delivery. And like I said, I want to rest on the existing protocol in order to move ahead. So if you look at the introduction there, we said that infrastructure, first and foremost, is central to all development. And so it will be difficult to talk about development without talking about infrastructure, because it is infrastructure that enables development in any country, be it a developing or a developed nation. And why is infrastructure central to development? It underpins any economy and delivers the services that are essential to human health and well-being. However, this infrastructure we're talking about is complex and it comes in diverse forms. And then these include the energy systems, the buildings, water, sanitation, and all of those. And so they are usually interrelated. And then the effect of one could affect the other. And that's why we want to look at it this morning from an integrated perspective to see how we can sustainably, have our infrastructure in place in order to enhance our economy without affecting the environment negatively without affecting social well-being negatively and without affecting other aspects of life negatively. And so when we look at slide 2, I would want you to be moving with me as I move through the slides. Okay. Now, we said that global drive for economic growth and development has led to an increase in the infrastructure demands of both developing and developed nations, with a gap between the global demand and supply of infrastructure growing by around $1 trillion annually. Meeting this demand in a sustainable manner will be key to the success of global development initiatives, such as the United Nations 2013 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is mainly due to the long span of most infrastructure assets, a characteristic which produces a lock-in effect where the impact of infrastructure policy and investment lasts for decades. And so when we are putting in this infrastructure with respect to meeting with the United Nations 2013 agenda, we must consider that if we do not look at it from a holistic perspective, the effect it could have may span over many decades. And so we must be able to look at this infrastructure we are trying to bring on board for social well-being, for wealth, for growth, the economic growth and development. What impact would it have on the people, on communities, on the nation this year, next year, 10 years time, 20 years time, and what have you? Therefore, the infrastructure choices we make now will determine to a large extent how equitable, resilient, and polluting society will be for the future generations. To this end, it is vital that Nigeria as a nation, Africa as a continent, and the international community at large grasps the current infrastructure gap as an opportunity to build sustainable infrastructure that supports global development goals. There are many different definitions for sustainable infrastructure, but they have key principles in common, such as socio-economic, environmental, sustainability, resilience, and effective governance. What are the objectives of this paper? Number one, to show infrastructure centrality to the delivery of sustainable development goals and the 2030 agenda. To identify integrated approaches as essential for enabling infrastructure to contribute holistically to the SDGs. And finally, to propose ways to advance integrated approaches globally. Now, if you look at figure 1 there, it shows you the whole essence of sustainable infrastructural development. We look at development, infrastructural development that will enhance economy, that will make society better, and that will make the biosphere better also. Not development at the expense of the environment. Not development at the expense of future generation. Not development at the expense of other organisms. Because man has always assumed to develop sustainably just for the future generations yet unborn. But we are not considering the effect of our development also on the on other organisms and other resources available in the biosphere that we are meant to share the resources with. Now, infrastructure centrality to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We said that infrastructure is highly relevant to all the SDGs, and the interdependency between infrastructure and the SDG are complex. It is therefore important to recognize, however, that infrastructure is not necessarily sustainable simply by virtue of contributing to one or more of the SDGs. E.g., a hospital that contributes to achieving SDG 3 on good health and well-being may be sited in the middle of sensitive and high-value ecosystem, and then it runs on electricity generated for fossil fuel, making it environmentally unsustainable, even though it is contributing well to SDG 3, which is for good health and well-being. In this sense, the sustainability of the infrastructure can be gauged, or of an infrastructure can be gauged by the extent to which it contributes to one or more goals without undermining others. Now, we have infrastructure, its relationship with wealth, which is the economic dimension of the SDG, and we say investing in infrastructure provides opportunity for inclusive growth through employment creation, income generation, and the creation of assets and services. We also have infrastructure with relationship to people, which is the social dimension of the SDG. And we say that Sustainable infrastructure underpins the delivery of all the social SDGs, especially its role in alleviating poverty, which is SDG 1, which is crucial to global development, given that over 3.5 billion people are still living below the poverty line. Now, infrastructure and the planet will have its relationship with the environment. And we said that infrastructure assets should be designed to be durable and flexible, allowing for easy reconfiguration, deconstruction, and recycling of project components. This also supports the development of circular economy. Infrastructure has also an essential role to play in the realization of SDG 12, which addresses sustainable consumption and production. E.g., concrete is made up of cement, water and gravel, and sand. And over 30 billion tons of sand and gravel are extracted globally to construct infrastructure, such as roads, buildings, dams. This has led to detrimental impact on coastal landscapes, changes in tides and currents, and subsequent loss of biodiversity. An important consideration related to sustainable consumption again is water, which is related to SDG 6. Sustainable water infrastructure, complemented by the efficient use of water resources, helps to ensure the durability and accessibility of clean and safe water for all, while also having benefits in other sectors. E.g., solar-powered water pumping system can be used to replace fuel-powered systems in refugee camps. And then, at the end of the day, you have water, you have the environment protected because you are no longer releasing carbon dioxide and other substances into the atmosphere, greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and then it could even be cheaper in the long run. In addition to mitigation, climate resilience becomes a critical criterion for both the retrofitting of existing infrastructure as well as for the construction of every design, for every delivery of infrastructure. Target of the United Nations, we must look at the fact that we cannot continue to pump greenhouse gases into the atmosphere because the rate at which temperature is rising, the average temperature of the earth is rising. If we do not do something now, by 2050, 2100, we might all run into problem. And so we must design in such a way that we're expecting zero emissions. Why in the implementation stage and even at the stage of utilization of the project. Introducing more trees and vegetated areas in cities into the design of traditional hard infrastructure can not only increase the resilience of the infrastructure itself, but also reduce the impact on ecosystem and biodiversity. E.g., increasing the quantity of green spaces through the introduction of green walls and roofs will help to address the increased urban heat island effect in cities, while also increasing wildlife habitat. Green infrastructure also contributes to flood reduction and helps to curb the demand for natural resources, which is the use of sand for concrete, etc. Given the cross-cutting nature of the SDGs, careful consideration of multiple goals and the associated targets at the onset of infrastructure planning processes has the potential to alleviate poverty and mitigate environmental impacts. The impact of infrastructure investments are context and sector specific. However, there are significant interconnectivities and interdependencies among the different infrastructure systems and sectors at various spatial scales. The institutions that plan, design, build, and operate them, and the various communities that depend on the services they provide. Integrated approaches to infrastructure seek an optimal balance between the social, environmental, and economic dimensions of sustainability by considering this interconnection for all phases of the infrastructure development cycle, and they do so as far as upstream in the decision-making process as possible. Stakeholder consultation and public participation are therefore very important components of integrated approaches. Integrating infrastructure system and sector. To deliver services most effectively, efficiently, and sustainably, the many sectors of infrastructure must be considered as interconnected systems. This is because the degree of sustainability of certain infrastructure system can have direct or indirect impact on others. The energy sector provides an illustrative example of the complex interlinkages with infrastructure in other sectors. Meeting the target set in SDG 7 will require investment in infrastructure that ensures all populations have reliable, secure, and access to affordable, environmentally sustainable energy. Now, access to reliable and sustainable energy is also critical to ensuring the sustainability of infrastructure in other sectors, such as transport, water, agriculture, or buildings. At the same time, infrastructure built in those sectors can have crossover impact on energy infrastructure. For instance,
Professor
technological
Hillary,
advances in the transport
we
sector.
have 3 more minutes.
E.g., increased fuel efficiency and electrification can affect the demand for energy and the related infrastructure. It is therefore important to adopt approaches at the local, regional, national, and transnational level. However, the challenges and opportunities of doing so at the urban level, where there is high density of closely linked infrastructure system, are particularly pronounced. Transportation and building infrastructure, for example, must be considered together during land use planning. Can you move faster? During land use planning. Now, projects that have large or wide-ranging footprints, such as dams, or linear infrastructure, such as roads, railways, and transmission lines, have direct and indirect impact on ecosystem and biodiversity, as well as communities, and are subject to increased risk related to climate change and other disasters. Integrated planning at the landscape scale can help to avoid oversupply of infrastructure, limit the footprint of impact, avoid sensitive ecosystem, and increase resilience and safety of infrastructure through proper siting. Can we go on? Now, to support integration between different project phases and sectors of infrastructure, a restructuring of institutional arrangement is necessary. Government bodies responsible for different infrastructure sectors must be integrated horizontally across sectors, as well as vertically, so that national level policy can be effectively translated into regional and local level implementation. These institutions can constitute commissions, councils, ministries, or boards, and should focus on the upstream institutional context, including policies, plans, and regulations, and legislation. This top-down approach to infrastructure is essential for a strategic assessment of long-term economic infrastructure needs across sectors. Can we go on? And now, laying down a foundational policy framework that links national level planning with local level implementing institutions ensure that subsequent projects are in line with national priorities through incentivizing and regulating good corporate governance and transparency. At the local level, factors such as budget constraint, poor implementation capacity, and absence of maintenance system should be addressed to avoid service deficiencies that undermine the effectiveness of service delivery. For instance, Scotland infrastructure planning model has been successful in achieving this. It uses the United Kingdom's overarching national planning framework in tandem with independent National Infrastructure Commission to break down government silos and ensure a planned approach across the country. Let's go on. It is essential, therefore, that step-down approaches are supported by bottom-up processes that facilitate meaningful stakeholder consultation and public participation. Such processes are a means of ensuring that the widest range of social, economic, and environmental opportunities and challenges associated with infrastructure development are fully captured in the analysis. Furthermore, this should be done as far upstream in the decision-making process as possible when alternatives are still technically, politically, and economically viable. The gaps identified in upstream planning for infrastructure reveal a need for analysis and planning to involve integration across the following dimensions: sectoral, the relationship between different infrastructure systems and sectors, energy, water, transport, etc. should be analyzed even when only one subsector or project is being considered. Spatial, interconnections between infrastructure systems and sectors should be considered at the local, regional, national, and international scales. Institutional, cooperation between government entities at the local, national, and regional level should be institutionalized and capacity of institutions to undertake strategic infrastructure planning should be developed. These should include mechanisms for public participation.
Please,
governance,
Professor.
national and local level governance, just 2 slides to go. National and local governance and regulatory framework must be aligned to support vertical integration of planning that ensure that local level implementation is aligned with national level plans and priority. Conversely, national level policies and plans need to be in line with local need. Sustainability. The environmental, social, and economic sustainability of infrastructure should be considered in relation to one another. Project phases. Sustainability of the planning, design, construction, operations, maintenance, and decommissioning phases of infrastructure should all be considered from the start of the planning cycle when alternatives are still economically and politically feasible. The advantages of integrated approaches over siloed infrastructure approaches, they allow for the optimization of the environmental, social, and economic challenges and opportunities associated with infrastructure development by considering the services that infrastructure systems deliver and not just the assets created. This results in the infrastructure that optimizes outcome vis-a-vis the SDGs and minimizes trade-off between different goals. They result in longer-lasting infrastructure that is more resilient to risk, for example, to those associated with climate change or human-made through technological disaster. 3, by identifying and addressing potential risk early in the planning process, they increase the bankability of infrastructure projects, making them more attractive to investors. Conclusion. The gaps articulated in this presentation relate to multiple dimensions of integration in infrastructure implementation and adoption of system-based integrated approaches. The most persistent barriers to the adoption of integrated approaches are often human barriers, and particularly with regards to planning, inclusive and effective public participation, and transparency. This means that a concerted effort is needed to develop human-centric approaches that develop the mindset, competencies, processes, and tools necessary for integrated planning. To this end, this presentation proposes 3 major areas of focus for Nigeria and Africa. The first relates to the visibility of these gaps on the national and continental stage. Although the importance of integrated and system-based approaches has been increasingly acknowledged, there are limited efforts to apply such approaches on the ground, especially at the national scale. Mobilization of research community is also necessary in demonstrating the benefit of upstream, macro-level, integrated infrastructure planning, and to assemble and provide access to the data necessary to inform decision-making. The second area of focus is on ensuring the availability of the tools that can support integrated approaches. In many cases, this will mean creating synergies among existing tools and scaling up the application in support of integrated approaches. Appreciation. Let me once again appreciate the organizers of this conference and our wonderful participants for giving me this opportunity to lend my own voice towards sustainable infrastructure for sustainable development and a safer world for all of us. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. That was Engineer Professor Hilary Ijoma Owama. For want of time, because we are very, very far behind schedule, we will take our first paper presentation to further distill the conversation around sustainability, the SDGs, as well as infrastructure. But before I do that, I would want to recognize again, he was not in the room when we gave him that recognition, the president of the Nigerian Institution of Structural Engineers, Engineer Johnson Adeyoye, FNSC, FNI Structure. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would also like to give a quick announcement. We have in our midst the Senior Manager Global Programs of the American Society of Civil Engineers, Nives McLarty. Should you have any questions around ASCE programs globally and also nationally or even regionally, please feel free to approach her, and she's more than welcome, ready to put you through. Thank you very much, ma'am. Global programs at asce.org. That's our email address. Thank you very much, Nives. All right, our first paper presentation is by Engineer Kingsley Erifeta, and is going to be delivering a paper on decarbonizing infrastructure in Nigeria, a review of stakeholders' alignment for carbon footprint reduction. And to take his brief profile is my co-anchor, Simbiat Odeni. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Engineer Kingsley Erifeta is a highly accomplished and distinguished Korean registered civil engineer with a diverse and impressive background in both industry and academia. He is a proud alumnus of the prestigious Federal University of Technology, FUTA, where he earned his degree in civil engineering. His academic achievements include master's degree in engineering management from the University of Uniben, University of Benin, Nigeria, and another master's degree in civil engineering with a specialization in water resources and environmental health engineering from Igbinedon University, Nigeria. Engineer Feta has further enriched his expertise through international certifications, including a certificate in petroleum engineering from Enikop University in Milan, Italy, and a certificate in operations management from Nile University, Abuja, Nigeria. He also holds a specialized certification in design for greater efficiency for climate responsive and resource efficient buildings from the International Finance Corporation, a member of the World Bank Group. Currently, Engineer Ifeta serves as the head of logistics department in Brass Terminal Operations, Ohando Energy Resources Engineer, Energy Resources Nigeria Limited. His leadership and commitment to the engineering profession are evident in his active involvement in professional associations. He is the treasurer of the American Society of Civil Engineers, Nigerian International Session, and also serves as the chairman of the Student Affairs Committee for the ASCE Nigeria International Section. Engineer Ifeta is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers.
Please, you have the floor, Engineer Ifeta. You can now please unmute so that we are sure you can hear us.
Recording in progress.
Floor. Yes, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, fine. Thank you very much. Confirm my screen is shared.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for that introduction. It's appreciated. I just want to quickly send in my apology. I should have been physically present for this presentation, but for some reasons, I'm far away here in the United States, Houston, for another assignment. I want to appreciate our leaders for this privilege. I also want to appreciate our global leaders led by President Finuski for coming over to Nigeria to share with us in this 2025 conference. Okay, straight to the assignment at hand, decarbonizing infrastructure. Let's take a moment to imagine a world where cities thrive without harming the planet, infrastructures adapt to climate change, communities flourish in harmony with nature. This is my dream for our country, Nigeria. This is our dream, ASCE Nigeria, for our country, Nigeria. This is our dream, ASCE globally, for the world. Cities thriving without harming the planet, infrastructures adapting to climate change, communities flourish in harmony with nature. Carbon footprint is the total greenhouse gas emission caused directly and indirectly by an individual, organization, event, or product expressed as CO2 equivalent. The global warming potential of greenhouse gas emission, as you can see in this slide, the chart clearly depicts that CO2 has the largest portion of greenhouse gas emissions, but with the lowest global warming potential. Other gases are clearly shown there. You have the methane, you have nitrous oxide, you have HFCS, sulfur hexafluoride. Back home in Nigeria, the level of emissions is independent, has been on the increase. As at 2023, the annual per capita CO2 emission is at 0.2 ton, while CO2 emission as at 2023 is about 128.54 million ton. And the CO2 produced between 1960 to date, 4.63 billion ton. The emission contributors in the country is shown in this slide. You have the power sector, you have the transport sector, you have the oil and gas, you have the cooking, you have the industry. Decarbonization is what we'll be talking about. A lot has been said about decarbonization, a lot has been said about sustainability, and we cannot overemphasize the need for decarbonization. Climate change, as we have seen, as we have heard in our conversation today, is a major challenge. As a matter of fact, is a global challenge. Decarbonization itself is the removal of CO2 from the atmosphere. This minimizes the impact of climate change. Who are the key stakeholders in Nigeria decarbonization effort? On top of the chart, you have government, the private sector, the communities, and the civil society. The alignment of stakeholders is paramount to sustainability of infrastructure. Integrated approach to sustainability of infrastructures cannot be achieved without the key stakeholders aligning and working in tandem with each other towards achieving government framework and rules, targets set in decarbonization of the atmosphere. Government has a major role to play from policy formulation and regulation, while the private sector focuses on investment and implementation. The civil societies are not left out. And awareness is paramount in driving the impact of alignment of stakeholders. Communities, on their own part, has a major role to play. Owning projects and infrastructures and grassroots implementation is key to decarbonization of infrastructure. So very briefly, we'll look at a few areas where reductions of CO2, that is from the energy, transport, construction, forestry, and power. So we look at Nigeria as a country, COP 2026 in the year 2021, we made a national determined commitment towards decarbonizing the atmosphere. And under agreement, Nigeria has committed to reducing greenhouse gas by 22% unconditional target and by 47% conditional target. If you look at that table on your right, as 2018, we have a total emission of 614,172 kiloton metric of CO2 that was emitted. And as at is estimated that at 2030, 1,051,804 kilo metric ton of CO2 will be emitted. So if you look at the 20% target, it's expected that by 2030, we should have achieved, or we should have been able to decarbonize 122,834 kilo metric ton of CO2 from the atmosphere. So that's an unconditionally, while the conditionally, that is with support from the atmosphere, to the tune of 494,347 kilo metric ton of CO2. What role has government be able to play in terms of driving decarbonization of infrastructure? So in this paper presentation, we'll be looking at the impact of stakeholders alignment to date in our country, Nigeria. Government has been able to come up with a target of energy transition plan, the carbon market policy, the NDC implementation, that is the National Determined Contribution Framework, and the National Afforestation Program. To date, these targets have been achieved. The carbon market policy has been achieved. Nigeria has launched its first carbon market achievement policy, which aims to generate 2.5 billion in investment by 2030. This policy encourages companies to trade carbon credits. The NDC implementation framework targets 5 key emission sectors, ranging from the power, cooking, transport, industry, and oil and gas. The renewable energy achievement thus far as a country, the Nigeria Electrification Project, NEP, was launched in 2019. As out of November 2024, a total of 176 mini grids have been commissioned, serving over 7.8 million Nigerians. This is the private sector. As you can see, this is a fallout and impact of alignment of stakeholders. Of these 176 commissioned plants, they range from 50 kilowatts to 100 kilowatts, making a total of 13 megawatts of energy generated from renewable sources. Also, 94 megawatts of photovoltaic capacity has been deployed and installed across various sectors and communities in our country, Nigeria. Renewable energy as well has contributed enormously through stakeholders alignment. A 990 kilowatt solar hybrid mini grid at Lambata community of Niger State, which transmitted energy to 3,900 households, impacting over 20,000 Nigerians. Ongoing presently is the DEATH project, which is progressing in establishment of 215 mini grids across the country. All these are impact of stakeholders alignment. The Azuri power plant at Edo State, Nigeria, is currently generating a total of 461 megawatts using clean power through gas technology, with the reduction of 142,000 metric ton of CO2 per annum. All of these are alignment of stakeholders within the country. We cannot but talk about the Lagos BRT success story, which started in 2008, where when it was launched through 2015, there was an expansion. By 2020, introduction of electric buses on pilot routes. And in 2025, we have seen the story of, in 2025, a comprehensive network of major corridors with significant emission reduction. The urban mobility improvement still on the Lagos BRT rapid transport system. We've been able to, as a country and as a people, particularly the Lagos State government in conjunction with other stakeholders in the private sector, has been able to reduce CO2 to the tune of 31,000 metric tons per annum by displacing 70,000 daily car trips. You can imagine. So this is highly applaudable.
Engineer Irifata.
Also, other sources of impact made by private sectors. You have the Oando Energy that has been able to deploy over 100 electric buses, carrying out 73 passengers and saving 21,000 liters of diesel that has translated into mitigation of 57.8 tons of CO2 emission within the state. In the construction industry, we have a lot of energy-saving projects that has been achieved in the country by alignment of stakeholders ranging from the Azuri Towers of the Eco-Atlantic City, the Evercare Hospital, saving energy in the percentage that is shown in the slide here. Also, we have the Infra Credit Office building in Lagos. We also have the Access Tower of the Access Bank that was recently launched 2-3 years ago that was able to reduce embodied carbon to 99% of it by carbon offset. Also, the success story of Solar Sister Initiative cannot be left out. A lot of 500,000 units of solar product has been deployed into Nigeria, reaching out to estimated 1.7 million people off the power grid. So the carbon capture, utilization and storage technology, though this particular technology has not taken shape in the country, but it has the opportunity of taking away carbon from the atmosphere through sequestration, through taking carbon and storing them in the various reservoir. And particular study was done in Kwale in Delta State recently, and it shows that the potential of storing 1.4 million metric tons of carbon annually is available. The civil society, as part of the key stakeholders, to have a major role, and they are currently working awareness and campaign. Metric ton of CO2 has been reduced, which amount to 10% of the 20% on that we have made an achievement in this area through definite and focused stakeholders alignment. So we go to some few challenges that are currently acting as toe shoppers in decarbonizing infrastructures in Nigeria, such as overlapping mandates, federal and state agency, which creates confusion, lengthy approval process, renewable projects facing implementation delays, weak enforcement, environmental laws, and poorly implementations of those laws, insufficient incentives, few tax breaks, insufficient incentive, few tax breaks for sustainable practices, infrastructural deficit, the grid inefficiency, transmission losses that occur underdeveloped transport, heavy reliance on private vehicles, limited recycling, construction materials reuse are minimal. Then our infrastructures are currently aging. Recommendations. The National Decarbonization Act unify efforts across all states. Renewable energy subsidies must be given attention and ensure that it expands across all sectors. The carbon pricing system has to be monetized such that it can drive reduction of CO2. Call to action. Stakeholders alignment must be in coordinated action across all sectors. Investment mobilization is key. Streamlining of policies and approval must be given adequate attention. Community empowerment is paramount to achieving the decarbonization of infrastructure, even as we work towards net zero achievement by the year 2060. Lastly, we all have a duty as individuals to reduce our carbon footprint. Even as we are seated here today, let's be mindful of our actions. Let's be mindful of what we do. Even as we live here today, let's be ambassadors of decarbonization as engineers that we are. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Engineer Kingsley Erifeta. Thank you very much for walking us through what Nigeria's NDC, ambitions are, what our conditional targets are, what our unconditional targets are, and also delving into some of the case studies of what sustainable infrastructure project delivery looks like in Lagos, for instance. The BRT buses, you saw that. You saw the Wando project. I believe you also saw a few buildings, Access Bank, Infra Credits, and so on and so forth. So who is learning something and who is beginning to put the pieces together? Anybody here? Are you learning something? Just raise up your hand. You're putting the pieces together. It's making sense now. Where your role stands as a civil engineer or as an engineer or an industry practitioner and how that aligns with sustainability. That's very good. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize once again, it was not on seats when we took that recognition, Engineer Kam Salem Buka, President, Association of Consulting Engineers. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Also, we'll now move on to our next paper presentation to be delivered by Engineer Abubakar Mustafa. His paper presentation is on integrated assessment of green building certifications in Nigeria, enhancing multidisciplinary collaboration for sustainable infrastructure delivery. But before he comes on stage and before my co-anchor takes his profile, please let me also recognize the presence, joining us virtually, Engineer M.M. Abbasi Atai, Fellow of the American Society of Civil Engineers, President-elect, ASCE Nigeria Section. Engineer Abbasi Atai, thank you for joining us. Please a round of applause for Engineer Abbasi.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I would also like to recognize Engineer Philip Balogun, the General Secretary of the ASCE Abuja branch section. Please a round of applause for Engineer Philip Balogun. Also like to recognize Okechukwu Eze, member of the American Society of Civil Engineers, Nigeria section. Thank you for joining us. Okay, please, my co-anchor will now take the profile of Engineer Abubakar Mustafa.
Thank you very much, everyone. So, Engineer Abubakar Mustafa Sam is a distinguished civil engineer and sustainability advocate with a robust career marked by commitment to enhancing organizational performance through sustainable practices. Currently, he's serving as the head of sustainability at Jay's Bank, and he plays a vital role in incorporating corporate sustainability into the bank's operation. Prior to this role, he was the head of administration and facility management of the bank. Engineer Abubakar holds several academic qualifications, including bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Ahmadu Bello University. He also holds a master's of business administration in marketing and postgraduate diploma in management in human resource management. Engineer Abubakar is also pursuing a doctorate in sustainable development from the University of Abuja. Among Engineer Abubakar's numerous certifications include those of Project Management Professional from PMI, Facility Management Professional from IFMA, IFC Hedge Expert in Green Building, APMG Agile Practitioner, Certified Strategy, Sustainability, Renewable Energy, and Carbon Taxation. Engineer Abubakar Sam exemplifies leadership in civil engineering and sustainability, and he also makes significant contributions to enhancing organizational efficiency and promoting sustainable practices within the industry. Please, let's give it up for Engineer Abubakar Mustafa. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Technical, please.
She's making me blush a bit. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. When I was talking with Tom earlier, he had, also when I introduced myself, he was now asking me when am I also going to become a fellow with the, with the ASCE. So hopefully that one is next. Because of want of time, I'm going to see if I can go through this as fast as possible. So, speaking of multidisciplinary collaboration, that I will be calling it MDC just for us to save time. It brings together expertise from various fields such as engineering, architecture, environmental science, social policy, and economics to tackle intricate challenges associated with infrastructure development. In the context of Nigeria, where rapid urbanization and climate-related vulnerabilities put immense pressure on infrastructure systems, MDC plays a crucial role in bringing gaps created by isolated planning approaches. This collaboration is essential for creating comprehensive solutions that address the multifaceted nature of infrastructure challenges. One way that MDC manifests in Nigeria is through the green building certification like LEED, EDGE, GREEN, and Green Star. These certifications offer structured frameworks that promote the integration of sustainability into every phase of the project lifecycle. By institutionalizing collaboration amongst diverse stakeholders, these certifications help to ensure that sustainability is not just an afterthought, but a fundamental aspect of infrastructure planning and development. Adoption of these certification frameworks in Nigeria has varied due to pretext requirements, ease of use, cost, and recognition. While all deal in energy, water, and material efficiency, there are some differences between the certifications, including LEED that emphasizes on sustainable site development, indoor environmental quality, While primarily recognized in the US, it is growing globally. It has a point-based system with silver, gold, and platinum certifications. EDGE, that's IFC EDGE, was introduced by the IFC as a streamlined framework and is targeted at emerging markets with embodied carbons taking higher prominence in the certification. The certification being efficiency-based with EDGE Certified, EDGE Advanced, and EDGE Zero Carbon certifications. So at least in this particular area of edge, where I'm a edge expert, it has as they had tried to see how they can now have more input into the global south, it tends to be a little bit more easier to and cheaper to have the edge certification than some of the other ones that we have. We also have BREEAM, which also now focuses on waste, sustainable design management, health and well-being, pollution, transport, material ecology. It's also based primarily in the UK. And then we also have Green Star, which focuses mainly on environmental impact, indoor environment quality, innovation, and I think it's started in Australia. Now, the impact of MDCs on Nigerian infrastructure is significant in several ways. First, it enhances planning efficiency by aligning stakeholders, including government officials, private sector representatives, and community members early in the planning process. MDCs reduce bureaucracy delays. However, fragmented governance in Nigeria often hinders effective coordination among stakeholders, posing a challenge to the full realization of MDC's potential. Secondly, MDCs improves the quality of infrastructure delivery. The requirements for green certifications, which emphasize on energy efficiency and waste reduction, necessitates collaboration among architects, engineers, and ecologists. The Eco Atlantic City, I think that was MDCs contribute. Now, when I was trying to write this paper, I was trying to see if I could get some secondary data on it, of which virtually there was none available. So I had to do a little poll that that is a survey over a period. And in that poll, at least I tried to see how I can get some good national coverage, even though there was lots of concentration between the FCT, Lagos, Kaduna, and Kano. And when we're now looking at the general familiarity, respondents, there's only about 56% of them that had good or better familiarity. Generally, others, which comprised of policymakers, academicians, captains of industry, economists, sustainability professionals, etc. Now, the ratio of the building and built was about 70%, while the other professionals was around 30 at all. And then in the case of the policymakers, sustainability professionals, etc., it was only about 37% that were even aware of green certifications. It was the weighted majority with EDGE, BREEAM, and Green Star, and DGBN coming in consecutively. Among the other respondents, it was a similar spread, only leaving out DGBN completely. Now, as a case study, I would like to use the Green Capital Tower in Singapore. One example of the many attributes that brought the success of the project through MDC implementation were the collaboration between the architects, like Toyo Ito, and the environmental scientists from the National University of Singapore for the optimized facade geometry for the solar gain reduction. Another is with the engineers who were Arop and the botanists that did the integrated wetlands for microclimate cooling. Now, the impacts of the MDC encompasses the entire spectrum of the energy efficiency with 40% lower energy use than the baseline, CO2 footprint reduction through sustainable building practices, water conservation, and more. But the enabler to it all is due to the Singapore's Building and Construction Authority mandate on multidisciplinary collaboration. It is embedded in a number of mechanisms that garner the spirit of collaborations, such as the regulatory mechanism for MDC enforcement, where the BCA embeds MDC requirements throughout the Green Mark certification workflow. This includes the integrated design charrettes, which are mandatory workshops involving architects, engineers, environmental scientists, and contractors during the schematic design teams must document resolutions to the sustainability trade-offs, e.g. energy efficiency, material costs, etc. There is also the collaboration scoring, where 30% of the certification points derive from MDC metrics, including the cross-disciplinary review logs and innovation attributable to knowledge sharing. Another area of focus is the role in specific accreditation, where key personnel like the Green Mark managers are required by the BCA accrediting training in conflict mediation and interdisciplinary coordination. As the MDC-driven process in innovations, there are mandates on use of digital collaboration platforms. That is, the BCA mandates the use of BIM, that's a Building Information Modeling, for all Green Mark Platinum projects, enabling real-time data exchange between the structural engineers, MEP specialists, and sustainable auditors. They employ the life cycle accountability teams, where projects and must establish a sustainable steering committee with representatives. Now, just quickly jumping to my recommendations. It's evident from the PCA roadmap that primary focus should be on introducing and mandating integrated digital platforms. This involves adopting building information modeling tools for real-time data sharing. Additionally, certification documentation will need to be centralized through the cloud system like lead online to enhance efficiency and accessibility concept phase rather than waiting for post-design. To facilitate this, the mandatory green charrets tied to certification or allocation for those particular projects to ensure alignment of goals amongst the stakeholders. Another crucial aspect is the implementation of a joint training and education initiative. This can also be achieved through cross-disciplinary workshops that focus on the standards like the ASCE's COS 7223 that April was even discussing earlier, as well as integrated green certification curricula into the universities to prepare future professionals like the ones that we have in the house here. Most importantly, we should be there should be government-led initiatives to form or in form of tax rebates for certified projects. Additionally, we should aim to fast-track approvals for multidisciplinary teams to encourage collaboration and innovation in green building practices. Now, one area where we have seen MDC being deployed is the Green Building Council of Nigeria, which plays a crucial role in promoting sustainable building practices within the country. Its mission focuses on the enhancing environmental performances and resource efficiency in the construction sector, aligning with development and sustainability principles. The GBCN actively engages in advocacy, pushing for policies that support sustainable development while raising awareness about the benefits of green building among both the public and the industry professionals. This outreach is essential for educating various audiences on the importance of environmentally friendly practices. The GBCN has been spearheading the NDC scorecard, which is a sustainable building, that's for sustainable building project, which promises to provide a comprehensive framework for evaluating and alignment of Nigeria's building sector policies with nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. The assessment reveals significant gaps and inconsistencies in policy coverage across the various themes related to sustainable buildings. They would have been engaged in a series of workshops to address 8 categories from the World GBC Better Scorecard, including enabling environment, carbon and energy, adaptation and resilience, circularity, water, biodiversity, and nature, health and well-being, and equity and access. The intended outcome is to identify opportunities for policy refinement, setting a roadmap for enhanced GBC adoption. So, in conclusion, I would like to share a Kanuri proverb that says, Gana Gana, Ngudu Fatong Sidi, which loosely translates to little by little, a bird builds its nest. My prayer is that we, civil engineers, the bedrock of all engineering, will lead the way in this noble venture of having green building certification drive our sustainability efforts and bring excellent service delivery to us all. Thank you for your time and the honor to do this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Abubakar.
And then for the young ones out there, please, you guys can always try and reach out to me. I would like to try and mentor on sustainability. So you guys, thank you.
Unrestricted access. Please, a round of applause for him once again. Thank you very much, sir. Also, please, if you do have any questions, please note them down. The ushers are around. Just signal to them and then hand it over to them. And we will try and see so that we can maximize, the times that we still have the speakers here with us. Okay. We will now move on to our next paper presentation. And then after that, we'll take a panel discussion. Okay. Also, if you're wearing a tag, there's a QR code that's by Dr. Abdulmumin. His research on over a peer-reviewed publications, particularly in the field of ballastless slab track systems, vibration mitigation using rubber composite sleepers, the use of recycled materials such as polypropylene waste in bituminous mixes for road construction. His work has appeared in journals such as Construction and Building Materials, Shock and Vibration, and Advances in Civil Engineering, amongst others. Dr. Shuaib has earned recognition in academic rankings, placing him among the top researchers in civil engineering at his institution and in Nigeria. According to AD Scientific Index, his scholarly contributions are catalogued within his Google Scholar profile as well as ORCID record. In addition to academics, he has extensive experience in the design, construction, and supervision of various building projects. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Abdulmumin Hamed Shuaib as it takes us to statistical evaluation of indirect tensile strengths and unconfined compressive strength of bituminous stabilized materials. A case study of the Abuja Kaduna Kano Highway. Please, you have 15 minutes, Doctor. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, a very good afternoon to the distinguished guests, the organizers, fellow colleagues, fellow students of knowledge, junior engineers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Abdulmumin Ahmed Shuaibu, and I'm here to talk about the statistical evaluation of indirect tensile strength and unconfined compressive strength in bitumen stabilized road, a case study of Abuja Kaduna Kano Road as constructed by Julius Berger Nigeria Limited. On kilometers of road network, out of which about 65 kilometers is paved. A very significant percentage of this 65% is in deplorable condition, thus necessitating an urgent need for rehabilitation and reconstruction. To tackle this problem, Nigeria has established economic recovery and growth plan and Nigeria infrastructure development master. Are you with me?
Yes, we are with you,
Okay,
Doctor.
in order to achieve infrastructure, environmental friendly infrastructure as well as sustainable infrastructure by the use of cold recycling technology by means of bitumen stabilized material. Having reviewed this proposal by the federal government, the federal government have actually accepted it due to its numerous potential to address sustainability problems, such as the need to go and explore virgin materials which can affect the ecosystem, destroy wetlands, etc., was mitigated. And because this type of maintenance activity rely heavily on the milled material from the asphalt pavement, which means you'll be using the distressed pavement, it is now effective, or it is cost effective. And in the social aspect, you don't necessarily have to stockpile this thing by the roadside like we see on our day-to-day activities. Bitumen stabilized material, simply put BSM, involves the milling of this distressed pavement, adding active fillers such as hydrated cement or Portland lime cement, which is about 1%, and a foam bitumen of about 3%. The resultant material is what we call BSM. Yes, BSM is an unbound material. Yes, it is unbound. However, its cohesion has been greatly enhanced because the bitumen that is added acts as a stabilizer while the cement acts as a binder. Both working together have enhanced cohesion. Both acting together have enhanced cohesion. However, the internal friction still remains that of unbound material. Figure 1 shows a typical diagram of bitumen stabilized material. And with bitumen stabilized material, unlike hot mix asphalt, it is a case where the quasar aggregate are not coated with bitumen completely. Instead, they are dispersed primarily among the finer particles to create a bitumen-rich mortar that surrounds the pavement. So more like a spot welding, unlike the other one. This technology have been able to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goal number 9 and 13, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and also climate condition. And in terms of energy consumption, energy release, you can tell that it is very low from what is on the slide. This research effort is part of a broader collaboration between Department of Civil Engineering, Ahmadu Bello University, Julius Berger Nigeria Limited in Nigeria. The mechanical properties, of course, as you have earlier highlighted, are the indirect tensile strength and unconfined compressive strength test. However, the indirect tensile strength test can be used to generate the tensile strength ratio, or what they call tensile strength retained. Materials and method. The material primarily used for this study is foam bitumen, active filler, reclaimed asphalt. Reclaimed asphalt, I have earlier said, it is that was milled from the pavement. 100% was used without having to bring in virgin material. Not bringing virgin material leads to some environmental sustainability. Not bringing in virgin material can assist in reducing social nuisance, which stockpiling, as we see construction company do by the side of the road. The bitumen, foam bitumen used is supplied by ASCE Nigeria Limited in Abuja, Nigeria here. And actually, foam bitumen is a combination of water, bitumen, and hot air under high pressure, so as to, when that pressure is introduced, it gives it a foamy nature. Active filler uses the Dangote 32.5 cement obtained from Obajana, Nigeria Limited. In order to design this experiment, a certain software was used. We call it the response surface software, which is called Design Expert. This was used to design experiment, develop prediction model, and furthermore do optimization. The Design Expert, in an attempt to do predictions, actually does it via a multivariate regression analysis in the form of equation 1. The factors that were considered in this research are active filler 0.5, 0.75, and 1, bitumen 7.18 up to 0.24. In order to prepare samples for indirect tensile strength test and UCS, these are the test sample: 150 diameter by 95 for ITS and UCS 300 height. These are equations that were used to generate the ITS, equation 2. Equation 3 is used to generate the UCS, and a ratio of average ITS dry and average ITS wet and average ITS dry was used to generate moisture sustainability. It is important to note that indirect tensile strength is a measure of a crack resistance of the road. Unlike the conventional hot mix asphalt or other type of paving we have, where martial stability is a measure of strength, in bitumen stabilized material, ITS, UCS introduced, and a lot of researches have been ongoing. The indirect tensile strength ratio is a measure of crack resistance, and the Whitgen have specified, which is a code, the limits. UCS is a measure of stress, the vertical and horizontal stress that will be are subjected to when this wrap after ball milling. It was crushed. Having crushed, it was sieved, more like the gradation test. This gradation test was used to make sure that the material is fit for BSM construction. And having passed through the lower and upper limit, zero. Having passed through the lower and upper limit, seeing now that this material is suitable for use from it. This, you remember I said earlier we have two factors, cement and foam bitumen, and we have responses: indirect tensile strength, wet, dry, UCS, wet, dry, and this, the design of experiment software was able to do several combinations in order that we can now arrive at various mixed designs. These equations were developed. Remember, I initially said it is a statistical analysis, and all equations here are quartic equation, meaning equation to power 4, except ITS wet, that is to power 3. When you develop an equation, a model, you may want to substitute the values of your experimental reading, see if the predicted is very close to the experimental result. And from this table, we can see that the predicted is very close to the experimental result with very little error, which we call the residue. This is an over result that we have done for indirect tensile strength. It's less than 0.05. All models are confirmed statistically okay. In order to validate the model, R square and adjusted and predicted R square values were used. The R square value here shows that the models can predict the experimental result at least 0.79 or 75%. And the adjusted and predicted square value must not exceed 0.2, which if you look at table 9, exceeded 0.2. These predictions can serve as a cost-effective and quick means of estimating mechanical property of BSM without necessarily employing a full-scale modeling, which have equipment and personnel costs on the high side. Good models can actually help engineers in the beginning to numerically simulate at project stage what happens or get strength. These are contour plots, 3D plots and 2D plots that shows the effect of A is the cement, B is the foam bitumen. Remember I said in the beginning that 1% of cement is added and about 3% of foam bitumen is added. Now we have attempted to vary them to see how it happens. Is there a synergetic effect? If it is happening, where it is happening. If you look at the contour plot, for example, you will see that there are contours, and above every contour, there's a small white box which display the ITS
3 more minutes, Dr. Aminu.
Each of this contour is trying to give us an idea of various combinations of the foam bitumen and cement that give a unique ITS value. And this applies to all the other diagrams we're going to see, because we have about 5 of them. And the 3D plot, as you can see, it showed that as the bitumen was actually increasing, there's an increase in indirect tensile strength. However, when the cement was increasing, in the beginning, there was an decrease. However, at some point of saturation, an increase was established. This could be due to rearrangement and densification of the matrix of the BSM mix. The other diagram we have is the indirect tensile strength wet. We can see that because it is wet, it means it is soaked to simulate a worst case scenario. After some certain ITS, we can see that it's a fall. This fall a result of a weak bond between the bitumen and the porous aggregate that exists in the DSM. This is UCS dry, which we can see also an increase in bitumen. This, of course, is as a result of increase in the spot welding of the aggregate with bitumen. However, a relatively linear relationship existed between the increase in cement and increase in the UCS. Now, UCS dry, we can see that although there's an increase, but the peak value of this UCS dry does not equal the value of the UCS wet. The UCS dry had larger UCS values because there is no effect of the water ingress. This is the TSR, which I said is a measure of moisture susceptibility, and it can be seen that there's a relatively linear relationship between the cement content and the UTSR. Also, there's a relatively linear relationship between the. So that means that ITS, as cement was increasing, the ITS too was increasing. Of course, similar trend have been reported in the ITS, so it is not unfounded, or it is not out of the blues to see that similar finding seen here in TSR, because TSR was from ITS. There's optimization, table 10 shows based optimization, but it is multi-objective because we had two variables, and however, it was discovered that 0.935 and 1.836 content of cement and foam bitumen respectively will give the optimum values of TSR, ITS, UCS, TSR sequentially, and with the highest desirability of 0.663. Actually, the desirable TSR, for example, of dry 251.641 isn't the highest, but it is the optimal, where you have a good blend. So this is the diagram of the optimization. Finally, the mathematical models proposed are actually significant using the p-value approach, where the p-value for the model is actually less than 0.05. The ANOVA results have revealed that at least the models developed can at least predict 79% of the data set and up to 92%. The difference in the adjusted R square value and the predicted R square value, it does not exceed 0.2. There is no overfitting. Prediction model can serve as a cost-effective and quick means of estimating mechanical property of BSM without needing expensive physical testing because of expenses of laboratory personnel costs and even time. The desired responses have been optimized by establishing a model, and this optimization is very key because of the cost of active filler, cost of bitumen. However, the strength properties were not compromised. BSM, RAP, because RAP is in BSM, RAP is actually in very high quantity. There is a sustainable interest or concern in terms of maintenance and rehabilitation of road. Imagine the remaining defective roads in Nigeria will have to use this technology to rehabilitate. Then it's going to be a cost-effective means, because we don't have to go and keep exploring coarse aggregates, affecting wetlands, constituting nuisance, and the rest. Furthermore, it is a co-recycling process, so it aligns with the global goal of carbon reduction emission and energy conservation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdelmomin. A round of applause. I think that was a very, very technical presentation. I know some people were just shaking their head and wondering, where am I? Don't worry, you're still at the 2025 Sustainable Infrastructure Conference. And Dr. Abdelmomin, we had him because we wanted to drill down on case studies, particularly what is a panel discussion. And like I said, if you do have questions, please note them down and we can pass it on. Panel discussion, and the panel session is centered around the theme of today's event, which is integrated approaches to sustainable infrastructure. And the president of the Abuja section of the ASCE, Engineer Mobolaji Peace Olagbemiro, ASCE. Please a round of applause for Engineer Mobolaji Peace. once again. I would like to take Engineer Peace's short profile. Engineer Mobolaji Peace is an accomplished civil engineer with over 17 years of experience in civil engineering, project management, and youth development. She currently serves, like I said, as the president of the American Society of Civil Engineers, including the United Nations Office for Project Services, UNOPS, where she contributed to critical infrastructure development in northeastern region of Nigeria, focusing on post-conflict recovery and sustainable infrastructure, national affairs, and diplomacy, equipping her with a unique perspective that blends technical expertise with global policy insights. Outside the infrastructure sector, also joining us on this session, for those who came earlier, we had introduced her, is April Lander, Director, ASCE Region 10 Board of Governors. Please approach the podium. Please, a round of applause for April. All right. Okay, as a matter of recognition, I'm made to understand that we have in our midst the Chief Executive Officer of Construction Kaisa Limited, Engineer Igban Okaisabo. Please, a round of applause for Engineer Igban Okaisabo. Thank you very much for joining us. Anda is an internationally respected leader in sustainable management and sustainable development finance framework that mandates She has held influential positions within the Asian civil engineering climate. Please, a round of applause for Peace, for April Lander. It is the Executive Director of the ASCE, where he provides strategic leadership to a professional staff of more than 200 and an active volunteer network exceeding 10,000 individuals. Under his direction, ASCE delivers a comprehensive portfolio of programs, products, and services to over 160,000 members in 177 countries, advancing the practice and profession of civil engineering worldwide. It brings to his role a unique combination of technical expertise and legal acumen. Prior to joining ASCE, he practiced law in Northern Virginia with a concentration in commercial, construction, and land use litigation before state and federal courts, as well as land use applications for a variety of development projects. This legal background continues to inform his leadership in addressing regulatory policy and ethical dimensions of the civil engineering profession. A key priority for him is championing sustainability, climate resilience, and the integration ability infrastructure practitioner. Under his leadership, publishing influential resources such as the ASCE Grand Challenge, the Infrastructure Report Card and Policy Framework, the Engineering Foundation, Vice Chair of the Renewable Natural Resources Foundation, Vice Chair of the National Institution of Building Sciences Consultative Council, member of the United States Department of Epsilon Civil Engineering Honor Society. Thank you very much, Tom. We are happy to have you. And also, none other person on that panel is our very own leading indigenous construction company, Igban Okaisabo, once again, who is widely recognized. He is the CEO of Construction Kaiser Limited, an ethical business practice. Engineer Okaisabo, he actively promotes material optimicals. He has contributed significantly to national dialogues on infrastructure, engineering policy, and said in the next generation of Nigerian engineers and entrepreneurs. Okaisabo. Thank you very much to all our panelists. Over to you, Engineer, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fat. That was a lot. It's overwhelming. Right, so there's been a lot of talk today, very technical stuff. I'm sure some students will be wondering that some things have flown above your heads. Who feels like that? Thank you. Thank you for discuss the real things. Let's discuss things that we see on a daily basis in the whole framework of sustainable infrastructure that is resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. So I will go first with you, Executive Director Tom. I mean, we all heard your citation.
We have to submit on time.
We heard your citation, and I want to, this is ASCE, so I just want to talk a little bit about ASCE too. ASCE has championed resilience and sustainability through tools like the Infrastructure Report Card and Sustainable Infrastructure Standard. So for those who are in ASCE now and not in other civil engineering related bodies, how can we influence, or how can those bodies and ASCE influence more integrated planning at national and municipal levels?
Well, first off, thank you for inviting us here. I can't thank you enough for the hospitality and the leadership of our local Nigeria section here. As you can see, I mean, part of what we're trying to do is connect engineers from, and just looking at the Region 10 board, you can see Greece, Sri Lanka, Colombia, South America. You know, even Nevis, who's on our staff team at ASCE headquarters, she's originally from Croatia. And Feniaski, as you know, is originally from the Dominican Republic. So how do we, bring a voice to all this? Is we engage engineers in all these different countries, and we make sure that we're collaborating and sharing information. We have strong leadership now, of course, on our Region 10 board with Rashid as well, and now Emmanuel going on the ASCE Board of Direction from Nigeria. So we have a very strong African connection and making sure that, again, we're all talking to each other. ASCE's role is to bring a voice to this profession. We all, talk individually sometimes, and we all collectively think, individually think there's so many things that we need to be doing better with our infrastructure, but we're not advocating at the level that we need to. So what ASCE does with the report card, as you mentioned, is to try to make sure that we're talking to legislators, policymakers, so that they understand the state of our infrastructure. We released this, IMAX film so that the public could see the importance of our infrastructure and how it could be if we, as we envision it in the future. And celebrate, we're also celebrating the really wonderful infrastructure that we do have, and doing media road shows across the United States. So the role we're trying to play is advocating not only the education piece, like we're doing here with engineers. I'm learning from the presentations that were done here. I'm learning a lot about what's being done here in Nigeria, and you can learn from things being done in the United States, again, in Greece and Sri Lanka and everywhere else. But then to make sure that we're advocating so that the policymakers know just how important this infrastructure is, that we rely on it for our quality of life. All the challenges that we see across many different countries, our infrastructure is going to be absolutely essential to solving those issues, and we try to make sure that we're bringing that voice.
So we need to just share. Absolutely. This is outside of ASCE, but you could just help us with this. So Region 10 spans countries with vastly different challenges. What are the best examples you've seen of integrated sustainable infrastructure in low resource settings? Did you get the low resource settings? I mean, Region 10, you get it. You have the first world, or I think Nigeria is one of those places. So what do you have for us?
Are you talking about just what types of projects we've seen?
Yes, integrating sustainable infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know, certainly when I worked in Mexico, that was one of the lower economic areas, and one of the challenges we had was with stakeholders, is getting the right stakeholders, because one thing that was happening at the time was user fees. Because at the time, people were, government officials would be providing the funding for wastewater fees. It was very difficult to have people start that process and having to pay fees for the water, for example. But it gives a lot more control to the people. So, and then when you look at specific projects, just having the right people as your stakeholders, you need to have, like what I did with the international organization I worked with previously, and this is true anywhere at ASCE or anywhere, when you have the right stakeholders, you get a much better result. And you need to have some of those people who are maybe the ones who are most opposed to a particular project, for example, because if you can have them on your team and you can turn them to fix some of the problems, and just making sure you have representatives from all the stakeholders, not just some of the ones that have a more powerful voice, making sure that everyone discusses particular aspects of the project, and starting right from the beginning of the planning stage and concept stage at your site location. It's a big deal where you locate the project, for example. So it can make a difference into the final results as far as the sustainability of a project. Especially if you could reuse a site, it's a really good option.
In India, on the Ganga River, and he's looking at hundreds of different sewage treatment plants, drinking water facilities, hydropower facilities, and they're doing it over a 1,000-mile stretch of the Ganga River in India. And one of the things they're really doing is making sure that they're talking to the community, because you don't want to deliver a solution that is really not a solution that fits with the culture and the desires and the needs of the local people. So a huge part of this is engaging the community. And of course, what we're trying to do at ASCE is engage the community as civil engineers too. We want to attract the entire diverse cultures within the civil engineering profession so we can better serve the communities that we're serving.
Result. Stakeholders ensure responsible sourcing of materials, because we know what's going on now. We don't want, sustainable infrastructure or sustainability buzzword.
And for a long time. So are the people who build. So when we talk about local content, we talk importantly for materials. So when you develop materials locally from China, bringing things that we can manufacture here, then that makes a huge difference. And this is where research comes in, local research. No one is going to come and do research from abroad on our materials here. Different ways. I don't think we need any strong natural gas to power excavators, bulldozers, because they do less harm to the environment. Shift. We need to start shifting, using renewable power for our site offices, because by the way, we can't pay for money, helps us save the environment. So there's no reason not to think in that direction. And then moving away from single-use materials. When I started my career almost 40 years ago, I remember we used to use bamboo, we used to use timber. In fact, when we were taught in school about formwork, to more sustainable ways, we're using formwork systems, scaffolding systems, things we can reuse and reuse and reuse. And even when we're even with formwork systems, when we have to use plywood, we use plywood that we can reuse 40, 50 times. Not the one we use once and we throw away. I remember some years ago, after every project, you have a huge heap of wood that you don't need anymore. What do? A lot of times they even burn them. They burn them. When you don't have people close by, sometimes you beg people to come and take them away, and then when they don't have enough people to take, what do? You burn them, and you are destroying the environment. You are destroying the trees that protect our ecosystem. So these are things that we don't see, but they add up. When one project after another, one company after another, we keep these practices on the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope. So this one, I think it really hit home for me, because when the whole sustainability thing came, just like how, like I said, buzzword, it was like a bit of which feel disconnected from the big picture of policy and infrastructure planning. What role can we play as ASCE, as senior engineers, in connecting them?
I'll get to that, and I was just going to mention also on the materials issue, and the reduce, recycle, reuse still applies in developed countries and developing countries, and certainly in the United States we see a lot of waste in the construction sector, as you're just describing. It's really unfortunate. I really like that presentation on the BSM, the bitumen stabilized material, and trying to recycle, because that's such a commonly used material. We at ASCE headquarters, we have a 5-acre lot. It's like 2 hectares, which is we had to put in new asphalt, and it's mixed with crushed tires. So there's like 750 crushed tires mixed in with the asphalt that was put into that parking lot. And we added bioretention facilities so that the water that drains off that parking lot gets filtered and cleaned by natural processes, and then it goes into difficult run into the Potomac River, into the Chesapeake Bay, into the Atlantic Ocean, which connects with Nigeria here in the Atlantic Ocean. So we're all connected by this same ocean. So this is all one big connected ecosystem, and we are all one big connected people that live on this earth. And so the student membership, so that we can engage students in ASCE. We have a mentor program, so we can connect students with professional members. We've got over 400 student chapters that are developing, around the world. And so with those, we have practitioners and students. And so you see here at the Nigeria section, you've got some really accomplished professionals who are anxious to get in and connect with students. And having students at conferences like this is the way that you can connect and learn about the civil engineering profession and make the connections that you need, that you'll have with you for the rest of your careers. And so that's why you get engaged with professional societies. And you can see we've got leaders of a variety of different really important professional societies, and kudos to the organizers of this conference that have been able to get the leaders of all these societies together. And we were so fortunate to meet with the president of the Nigerian Engineering Society, as well as the Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers, and all the different societies. So connecting with the professional student conferences at ASCE, we did over 22 of them this year with over 10,000 students that participated, and they were building concrete canoes and steel bridge and 3D printed bridges, and we're doing surveying competitions and timber structure competitions, and we load them, and students will consider getting heavily engaged because again, you'll make lifelong connections and learn the skills that you need, not just the technical skills, but the communication skills and the professional skills that you need to be successful, because so often we forget about, we're so focused on the technical skills as engineers, but we've got to be really focusing also on those power skills so that we can make the difference in the community and make sure that our...
Okay.
So we're talking about 1954 graduate or something like that. One of the first few engineers in the country. They went to train in the UK, came back to develop their country. So I was lucky. But the other people in this room, my father held my hand. I just saw a picture of him now. He's passed on 20 years. But I was just looking through my phone and I saw a picture of him on site where we were building a power plant. He came to visit. So that's the kind of mentorship I enjoyed till the end. Now, who mentors these people? My father told me, he said, we have a responsibility. So we don't really have a choice. We have a responsibility to train the next group of engineers. Otherwise, we can't retire. Let's face it. So it's a responsibility. So at Construction Kaiser, we have a foundation called Kaiser Foundation. And we do that. We hold their hands right from school. We encourage them to be engineers. And when they become engineers, we continue to hold their hands. We give scholarships, have programs. We talked about soft skills. We have our soft skills training as we have thousands of people attending online. We started it physically, but during COVID, we had to go virtual. And we're shocked at the response we got. Why did we do that? We found out that engineers they didn't have the soft skills to work in the workplace. Nobody teaches that in school. All they teach you is the hard stuff. Nobody teaches you the soft stuff which you need to be able to get on in life. And talking about that, I also spoke recently at entrepreneurs. So, I'm sorry to say, the business people use our brains to make money for themselves, and then engineers remain poor. Then how do the younger ones, how are they encouraged to study engineering? They need to see successful engineers for them to want to become engineers and employ more engineers. And that way the younger engineers can see the older engineers more successful, and then they want to be engineers. Thank you.
To bring engineers to our annuals, and so
I would have to say the digital tools. It's just such an emerging area right now. Everybody's talking about AI and all the different aspects of it. That would be my answer.
Digital tools. Okay. So those of you that want to go into AI software development, there you go. Anybody else want to?
So I agree with you completely, and I'll tell you why. People study civil engineering, people study medicine, people study law. They all take a course in programming, software programming. Yes. So you don't have to be in tech to learn how to program. Engineer, you can be a psychologist, to drive what you're doing. You definitely will be more successful. So I can say that to you all students that are here. Yes, you might drive it with technology, and you definitely be more successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to reinforce that point. I certainly think the technology piece is critically important, and we talk about AI as April mentioned, and the ethical implications of that. It also highlights the importance of engineering and the judgment and the professional judgment and discretion and the ethical responsibilities that engineers have in interpreting this information. I think everything's going to be so data driven, and we need more data. And it's going to be just millions of data points that help to make us incredibly intelligent with the designs that we're doing and the construction, the maintenance, and the operation piece that you mentioned. We're all struggling. I mean, you look around at infrastructure, nobody can do anything because there's never enough. The future is connecting ourselves with the finance community and making sure we're finding ways with, federal, state, local money, public-private partnerships, the user fees that were discussed, and making sure that we understand the importance of paying for the infrastructure and how we do that, and changing the mindset and the culture so that we all put infrastructure as our #1 priority, and that everybody's willing to pay for it because we know it's our #1 priority above all these other things that people seem to be willing to pay for. So I think just the idea of financing is also going to be critically important to drive some innovative ideas here, because what we're doing now is really not working in many countries that I'm seeing.
Another aspect is procurement, and ASCE does have a lot of procurement documents that are great examples with templates. They include a lot of the sustainability aspects now, and they're just something that should be considered for every project, I think, nowadays.
So apart from tech, you just talked about finance. So to put, for example, a PPP project together today, you need to have a bit of knowledge of, different skills. I will advise that the students here or the young people here try to learn a bit about everything. Just a little bit. Because now you don't have to go and get a degree. You can go online and get a certification. But that knowledge helps you to drive these projects. Because if you don't understand, I see a lot of engineers just stick to core engineering. And I think that's a mistake. Engineers make the best finance guys. So I think engineers need to get involved in a little bit of everything. And when they put all that together with their training, they really turn out to be the best. Thank you.
And just to highlight on that, we talk a lot about ethics and doing the right project and doing projects right. And so I think a lot of times we think about how to do the project right. Like, how do I follow the standard? How do I follow the protocols? And and I'm in my own little area. And we need to step back as engineers, I think, sometimes and look at the bigger picture as you're describing. Am I even doing the right project? Am I even meeting the needs of the community? And so we really need to look at the bigger picture sometimes.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, so a little bit of practical question we want from the three of you. If it looks like one. And, I would say it's a pregnant question. Can you give us an example of such a project or such a...
Well, first of all, I want to mention that are now going to be consolidated to autonomous, for example, all sorts of different people that might be interested in different aspects of a project. So yeah, that would be a recommendation I would have. To make sure you have the right team. Might need some engineering technologists, for example, who are doing to work on different aspects. Yes, so there's lots of different options for bringing in different types of people.
Optimized integration, sustainable infrastructure integration.
Well, I can tell you about our colleagues in Spain, for example. October, they're going to be speaking during one of our Region 10 sessions about how Madrid is going to decarbonize the whole city. So they have a fleet of buses, they're going to be doing electrification, they're going to be looking at different materials and changing materials. So they have a very lofty goal. So that is very interesting to me, that they are changing how their battery storage works, for example, and changing their existing bus hubs into more mobility hubs. So it's going to be, that to me is a very interesting project that's happening right now, and that our ASCE...
Madrid.
Yes, Madrid. So we have an agreement of cooperation with the Spanish engineering societies that's doing report cards. So, and that was something I was going to mention earlier. Some of the countries that are just emerging might want to start with an ASCE report card type system, but maybe just do water. Start with water, maybe drinking water, for example, and wastewater, and maybe not do all the, I think it's the 18 categories we have now, but just start with the basics.
Right. Does anybody else? Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, I haven't seen much of that locally. Typically, you expect, instead of using trailers and, diesel-powered trucks and all that, we see that, that's where we have room for improvement. I heard that Dangote wants to build a deep sea port in Ogun State, maybe to help to evacuate so maybe those things will help to cut down on some of the damage to the environment. So we need to have more CNG buses. That's a nice project. I think the CNG buses that they're introducing now, that's nice. That will cut down on some of the carbon footprint. Electric buses, yes, locally. That will really help. Those are some projects locally. And I think as engineers, we know those are the trucks that damage our roads. Do you understand? Those are the trucks that damage our roads. So if we have more of rail lines, then we can reduce the damage to the roads and save money at the end of the day and save the environment. So it's two-pronged. Thank you.
Different areas of expertise, the permitting requirements alone to, historical heritage issues, environmental issues. So you may have a biologist, a hydrologist, and sometimes you need a sociologist to help evaluate some of the other implications of projects. So the larger scale projects, I think, are seeing a pretty broad professional base. That, again, to get a better solution, I do think that that's important. I will mention on the flight back here, we were in Abuja, and I was sitting next to someone who's an artist from Abuja, and she's also very involved in water policy issues. And so I thought that was really interesting, bringing the creativity of an artist and who is really heavily engaged on the policy side on water, because it's just so important. She didn't have a technical background, but she's having a lot of the same kinds of conversations that we're having about water. And even the Region 10 board, when I'm talking with Panos and experts on the engineering side, we can connect with artists and hydrologists and the science field as well. ASCE is very connected with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, because those scientists there are working on the rainfall data that we need to drive it into our standards. So as we're looking at flooding issues, so we need to be connected with the science community, and so we hold workshops with the National Institute of Standards and Technology, as well as NOAA at ASCE. So that's a big focus for ASCE right now.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. He said we don't have so many of those projects here right now to exemplify or to illustrate where we are as Nigeria, and that's why we are having these conversations. And for me personally, continent as a country, we still have a lot to do. And what's the best way to get to where you want to get to? Better than following somebody who is already there, who has done those things that you're trying to do. That's why that's the reason for this whole conversation, and that's why ASCE is at the forefront of this thing. So why not just follow? They will say, follow who no road. Anybody knows that saying. So, but putting that on one hand and at the back of our minds, what are the biggest disconnects that you have observed already? I already said that we are not there yet. So how do we do those parts? Anybody can take it.
And then even talking about sustainable infrastructure, there are even wider gaps. Unfortunately, as a country, we have not given confidence to investors. Do we have the opportunities? Definitely. Nigeria, with a population of 220 million, growing at 2.5% every year. It's a huge market for any, because we have not encouraged, and that's really unfortunate. That hurts skin, I can tell you that. Even within Africa, Nigerians are one of the, hard-working, nationals in the continent. But we have not encouraged investment, and I think that's probably why Nigeria is where it is right now. There has to be proof of concept. Our policies need to be predictable, such that people come in here and they can see the end from the beginning.
Definitely, we have resources at ASCE during the Career Connections part of the website. We do have free training courses, PDFs relating to sustainability that people can do right now. Anyone can do whatever. You can be a student member or a professional member. So I would definitely encourage people to go and do those 5 PBFs that are free. And what else? There's you can look for a mentor match that might have someone who's already.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's one of our categories that we use, but it might be, certainly. So yeah, that would definitely be a great step as well. We have committees and members, but often if someone expresses an interest in being on one of the committees, they can often join as a corresponding member right away, and it's just a matter of the chair accepting them into the committee. So there are so many committees. If you look through the technical institutions at ASCE, like I'm part of the Border International Water Quality Committee, but you can look through them and find out, oh, I like this one. You can see who the chair is, and you can find out how to contact them through Collaborate, or of course we can always help through global programs, or myself or Tom. We're always happy to help. So much great information.
Thank you very much. So I just want to add to that ASCE is not, correct me if I'm wrong, ASCE is not just strictly for civil engineers.
Started our careers, I'm sure a lot of you can relate to this. If we need any information, we have to walk to the library, get physical books, go from, row to row, shelf to shelf, looking for, okay, so you know the story. But today you sit in your bedroom with your phone and you have access to all the information you can have access to that you want. So I want to encourage you, first of all, your quest for knowledge, wanting to learn new things about sustainability is the first step. The second step is networking with the right people. That's another good reason why you're here. Don't go home and just hide in your shell. You need to come out. If you don't come out, you don't get to know people. By the way, there's a lot of networking done online now, but there's nothing as good as physical interaction. But even when you can't get physical interaction, virtual is not bad. So get to know people. That's where you can get mentors, and that's how you can grow in the profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I just add to that, probably? So I think we have a lot to learn from what's happening here in Nigeria, but there are so many opportunities, and having those leadership qualities helps you in your job search, and it also connects you to other people who are more experienced, and it might just lead to a position. So definitely recommend people to step up in the hours, and a lot of them don't require any experience, and you can go and create content. I think is some of the things that you can do. It just depends on what has been asked. Some people have certain requirements, but I think most of them you don't have to have any special experience.
Yeah, I think sometimes people, they feel like they don't have enough to add, so they don't want to, but half the battle is really just showing up and being at the content. We send out every single day something called The Source that gives you updates on what's important around the world in civil engineering. And it's AI focused, so it actually tailors itself to what you open. So if you start focusing in more on environmental issues, it's going to give you more environmental articles. But there's a lot of content that's there, so you can just stay abreast of what's happening. Connect with people, that you're meeting here. Connect on LinkedIn. Yes to opportunities. When somebody asks you something, go ahead and volunteer. Just don't be shy. Have confidence in yourself. And ASCE, I'll tell you, we're also trying to get more engaged on the world stage. The World Federation, the standard was referenced, ASCE 73, Sustainable Infrastructure. It's now been endorsed by the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. One of our past presidents is running for president of that organization. It's been endorsed by the Pan American Federation of Engineering Societies, as well as the Asian Civil Engineering Coordinating Council, where April is active. And so it's over 30 million engineers represented there. So we're trying to make sure, we want to make sure that we're all at the table. So let's all be there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was going to ask for a last message, but I think that really did it, right? Okay, so I really just want to say thank you for being a part of this rich conversation.
I please a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much, Engineer Peace, Engineer Igbo, and Thomas and April. I believe that was a very engaging one. Please, we would like to take a group picture. Thomas. Please a round of applause for them once again. Thank you very much. Okay, right now we'll proceed for lunch, but before then, Thank you very much. Okay, please. I would like to crave your indulgence to please recognize the presence of an important and critical planning and urban development of the Lagos State government. We have the Honorable Commissioner, Engineer Dr. Olumide Abiodun. Please a round of applause for Engineer Dr. Olumide Abiodun. Thank you very much for joining us. We cannot have conversations around infrastructure without having the government involved. Thank you very much. Okay, that is out of the way. So we'll be proceeding for lunch soon, but when we come back from lunch, we have a wonderful poster presentation, and as well as the Sustainable Infrastructure Recognition Awards. This is the first edition in our Sustainable Infrastructure Conference to recognize folks who are already driving sustainable climate resilience, and in your organization or community, kindly please stand up for recognition. These are some of our Sustainable Infrastructure Recognition awardees. If you are a representative, in no particular order, if you are a representative of Perry Nigeria Limited, could you please stand up for recognition? Perry Nigeria Limited, please a round of applause for them. Thank you very much for coming. If you are a representative of H&W Energy Limited, H&W Energy Limited, please a round of applause for him. Thank you. If you are a representative of the ARC Legacy Project, ARC Legacy Project. Okay, they are not here. If you're a representative of Construction Kaiser Limited, could you please stand up for recognition? Construction Kaiser Limited. All right, please a round of applause for them. Thank you, thank you. Elfad Concepts Limited, IHS Tours Nigeria. Okay, moving on. Dangote Cement PLC. Any representatives from Dangote Cement PLC? Okay. Julius Berger Services Nigeria. Anybody from Julius Berger? Representatives from Lafarge Africa PLC? Okay, nobody. Access Bank PLC. Do we have a representative for Access Bank? Okay. Elfad Concepts. Please, a round of applause for that very tall man. Thank you very much. Planet Projects Limited. Okay, a round of applause for that beautiful woman. Okay, I think that's all. The ushers can now please guide our guests to their lunch. And please let us note that we have 45 minutes for our lunch. So please do not get too heavy because we still have some activities ahead. All right. Please, a round of applause for yourselves for staying this long. Thank you.
Okay, please let the special guests head to the launch. So it's lunchtime now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not crowd the hallway. Let the guests go first so that the ushers can guide the rest of us. Please do not crowd the hallway. Let the guests go first. trying to move first.
Starting a YouTube channel can be very challenging, especially if you don't want to show your face, don't know what kind of videos to create, or even how to get monetized super fast. My name is Franklin Emmanuel, and in the last few months, I've launched over 20 new YouTube channels, gotten millions of views, and earned about $13,000 from YouTube without even showing my face. I've also helped hundreds of newbies just like you get started with a monetized faceless YouTube channel. I'm hosting a live training where I'll show you step by step how you can turn a brand new YouTube channel into a cash machine that gets thousands of views in a very short time. Look anywhere in this video, you would see a sign up button. Go ahead and tap it, and you can register for the live training happening in the next few minutes. Do it right away, because this will be the last time you would ever see this video.
Sorry. Chicken. Yeah, you can come this way, man. They are not special.
You a trader? You need trading capital. And our funded trader program is for you. Get funded with up to $2 million of capital, make profits, and keep up to 95% of it. Become a professional trader backed by our prop firm's Sim Capital. You don't have any time limits to pass your evaluation. Get your first payout on demand, even 72 hours after passing. Enjoy raw spreads on the best trading platforms. It's time to take your trading game to the next level. Sign up with GFT starting from $30.
But mankind won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Please kindly let us have our seats. If you're still standing, you're wrong. I'm just going to give us a few minutes to please settle down. You all that we are still at the 2025 Sustainable Infrastructure Conference of the American Society of Civil Engineers Nigeria International Section, and we are lucky to have structure, planning, and delivery. Next on the agenda is the Sustainable Infrastructure Recognition Awards. But before we move on, we had an exciting activity in the lead up to this conference. We challenged young people to express their opinions around sustainability and science, technology, mobology.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so the idea behind the essay competition this year was, I think, is multi-pronged. We wanted to engage the university students, looking at, it's kind of a campaign into our student chapter drive, and then we own most of their programs. So what we really wanted to do was to make sure that we were taking a step in the right direction and engaging our young people. But we also wanted to make sure that it wasn't just essay topic as usual. We thought about how people will graduate from school and what they can only design is, the usual structure, technical stuff, and how we're not talking about sustainability and how we need to inculcate or imbibe social impact in whatever we do. And that was where we landed with the topic civil engineering for social impact, designing structures for the underserved, right? Right, so that was the topic, and then we had submissions from universities around Nigeria. We had about from 7 universities, 16 submissions from 7 universities. Let me use this opportunity to tell you that it's an annual program. Please look out for the invite next year so that you can key into it. And today we will be announcing the winner of the 2025 STEM essay competition. We have the first prize here, the first prize winner. I think the second and the third should be online. Okay, one of them is here. That's the first prize. Okay, good. That's the second, right? Okay, you don't know the third. Okay, third. And then the second, I asked them to join online because it's all the way back in Kaduna State. So join me as I welcome Chidera and also welcome Mr. President. Can I have the... she wrote about one of the most dreaded things, waste byproducts, plastic, right? Do you want to quickly tell us something? Maybe after he just tell us something about it. So the first prize.
Please, a round of applause for Chidera.
The first prize is 200,000 naira.
Chidera, remember, I'm your friend.
Pay tight, pay tight. Congratulations. Picture.
think Mr.
ASCE competition.
Please, a round of applause to Engineer Hassan.
Thank you very much, everyone. So, is okay. So I don't know if the second runner-up is the first runner-up is up whole check thing, but for the second runner-up and the third first runner-up and second runner-up, excuse me, they will be getting 100,000 naira and 75,000 naira respectively. Okay, then the other person was supposed to join online. If you're here, say hello, unmute and say hello. So stand up and wave so that we. Okay, that's the first runner-up.
I think you should still get a presidential handshake. Okay. Please come forward. In addition to your 75K, how much? Please, a round of applause for him. Congratulations.
Going to be a student next year, please look out for the launch of next year's ASCE competition. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Engineer Peace. Earlier we had we took recognition of the Honorable Commissioner for the Lagos State Ministry of Fiscal Planning and Urban Development. We would now like to have him for a few minutes to give us a goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for Engineer Dr. Olumide Abiodun. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm highly delighted to be here, and I would like to stand on the already established protocol. And I really must apologize because even though I think I got the invite, or rather I was sent a bit earlier, but I wasn't opportune to actually, I said I must be here, as I'm also a member of ASCE. And I just look at the theme of the day, and last year, October 15, 16, and no, 14, 15, and 16, my ministry organized the very first planning summit for the state, and the conclusion we got at the end of that summit is exactly what you have as a theme today: sustainable infrastructure planning and delivery. And we've been working on that because the ministry actually plays a pivotal role in terms of charting the course of development for the state. Anything you see going on in Lagos State, it's an offshoot of one of those plans. And the fallout of it is that we did an assessment, and we discovered that good enough in the whole of the country, you can talk of Lagos State as being number one, if not the only one, that regularly updates developmental ODPs, operating development plans, which guides the state in terms of development plan. And what we've noticed so far is that the level of implementation of those plans are not really worthwhile. It doesn't justify the quantum of money invested in those rich documents. And of course, you will agree with the government will probably want to concentrate on the ones that is deemed direct to the people, which of course is the road infrastructure, the drainage so that we don't have flooding, and the transportation infrastructure, like you can see in Lagos, the various lines that we have. However, there are some other very, very important a recreational park, for example. Now, if you check, this year we have a budget of 3.3 trillion. The very first states to cross the trillion mark. Now, if you break down into pieces, it will be probably difficult for any government to say that they want to go into developmental infrastructure like tourism, recreational, and things like that. It is surprising that, for example, Formula One racing, we only have one in Africa, and that's in Rwanda. That's, for me, it's not worthwhile. Nigeria is far due to have even 3 or 4 of that. But it will probably be difficult for the government to say, okay, I want to concentrate on Formula One racing at the neglect of maybe education or housing or road, things like that. So the importance of this is that there is also the need, which forms under sustainable infrastructure. There is also the need that we need to open up to the private participation, especially international partners, that the horizon here is quite ripe and conducive for that kind of development. So I'm happy that we have a representative of ASCE here, that they can help us champion that cause, that Lagos State is well positioned for that kind of development. Our plans are here. Maybe I will send some copies to the chairman so that I can circulate it around that. Lagos State is open and we have a lot of developmental infrastructures awaiting participation. I will not stop talking here today because I'm sure we have some engineers here, and you will also, the current challenge, we are almost reaching their useful lifespan. And I'm also happy that when I got in there, one of the panelists did talk about expanding into those areas: finance, commerce, marketing, and the likes. It's very, very important for us. What we have seen under distressed building in Lagos State, you have the last time we did the exercise, we recorded over 400 buildings as distressed, and of course they will be back. What to do is to remove them, but it's not that easy in the political climate. It's not that easy. Now the bottom line for that is that, and that is the interesting part, where other areas feel economy, finance, and the likes. If a building is marked as distress, 2 things are likely to happen: underpinning, foundation treatments, and the likes. The other leg is demolished. Now the challenge has been that push them out immediately without making plans. But we have been championing that we should see it as if it's a case of flooding. If a building is flooded or an area is flooded, as a matter of necessity, there is no shortcut. Everybody must vacate that building that day. And over time, we find this collapse. And that is where the finance part of it comes in, and the management part. We've had a lot of improvement in the country and the state, by extension, in terms of property development. But that has been on a larger scale. We have developers coming in very heavily, designing and building estates. But there is also the market and room for improvement of those individual buildings. Areas like Ebutemeta in Lagos, areas like Lagos Island. In fact, the riverine areas, we all know the problematic areas in Lagos State. And the good thing is that most of these areas are the juicy area in terms of property development. That if any developer goes into it, in terms of capital commitment, it's a thing that you cannot fail. So our engineers is also a challenge to us, that how do we bring back those buildings. I've done a lot of in Africa that were a bit a very serious pullback. We don't want to believe that a building should have a lifespan. In Western climate, you will see building that is still even considered structurally suitable and very okay, but probably aesthetically, probably market-wise or whatever, and it's brought down for regeneration. I think we've gotten to that state that it's like we have a car or even our phone. After some time, you just discover the phone is still working, but you just discover that, look, this is not befitting for me again. And what do? Put them aside, and there are various means of putting aside, and you get a newer one. So the same thing I think we should employ for our buildings. Buildings should have a lifespan, or a regeneration plan should be put in place. So I'm very happy that I'm here today. And like I said, just this morning, the town planning, town planning, what's it now? What's that? ATOCOM. That's the practicing town planners association in the state. They visited us because they have a new executive, and we were talking extensively on sustainable infrastructure, as it can be seen in Lagos State, with all the various lines that we have. We have the blue line from Mile 2 to CMS. Now we are commencing from Mile 2 up to export processing zone, which is the green line, and we have the red line from Agbado up to National Theatre. We also have the other purple line that we crossing from Ikorodu up to Redeem area. The essence in the economy, just like what our president is doing with the coastal road from Lagos to Calabar, 743 kilometer road. Now, the impacts that this road infrastructure is going to throw along that axis can be unimaginable. A lot of provision of infrastructures, and most importantly is having them on a sustainable pattern. We've just been talking now of transit-oriented development along the corridors of the various lines that we have. Because the implication of that is that once you have that kind of infrastructure coming up in a place, you have definitely changed the socio-economic situation of that corridor. Once again, I'm highly delighted to be here. The younger ones that are here present today, I can assure you that if you put in more effort to learn and upskill ourselves, there are a lot of things to gain, especially from developed climates like America. And we should be ready to bring the younger ones following the elders so that the elders can.
Thank you very much. And that was Engineer Dr. Olumide Abiodun, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development. A round of applause for him once again. Okay, I will now move on to our last presentation for today before the Sustainable Infrastructure Recognition Awards presentation. But however, before I introduce him, I would like to render an unreserved apology to Elfat Concept Limited. While we were given the introduction, at the spur of the moment, I had described him as the tallest man in the room. And I think that can be very, very offensive. I'm very, very sorry, please. All right, please, everybody, please help me welcome Engineer Alunge, at City Beam Limited, as it delivers his paper presentation. Can we have the slides come up, please? Engineer Olushola Alunge is a civil engineer and digital construction specialist with over a decade of experience delivering infrastructure projects across the country and beyond. He currently serves as the COO, Chief Operating Officer at City Beam Limited, where he leads a multidisciplinary team focused on advancing civil engineering, through innovation, training, and digital project delivery. With a background spanning local and international projects, Engineer Alunge is passionate about leveraging building information modeling, BIM, and emerging technologies to drive efficiency, sustainability, and resilience in infrastructure development, particularly within developing economies. He has led and contributed to various transport, urban planning, and climate resilient infrastructure projects, and is an active advocate for capacity development of Africa's AEC sector, architecture, engineering, and construction. Engineer Alonga is also a facilitator and mentor, contributing to professional development by offering training to professionals in the built environment on AutoCAD Civil 3D for highway designs, infra works, drone mapping and photogrammetry, and BIM for infrastructure. He is a member of key professional bodies, including the Nigerian Society of Engineers and the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. He is happily married and a proud father, and his work.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I think last year I was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, I couldn't, but this time I ensure that I'll be in person to make my presentation. Thank you. So, making reference to panel session, when the moderator was asking that, okay, is there a project that probably aligns with the theme of the conference, which is integrated approach, with the tag team, another sub-team, mapping the future, leveraging drone technology for large-scale infrastructure planning. And here, I'm not going to talk or bore you much about technicalities. I'm just going straight to a project that has been delivered using the technology. So the case study we have here is Usman Dam District, Katampe Extension in the Federal Capital City, Abuja. Next. Okay. So Usman District, that's the name of the proposed district, is a proposed large-scale mixed-use urban development. It's covering over 500 hectares. If you have an insight of that, that's probably a more of a mega city, kind of. That's 500 hectares. So we are commissioned to embark on this project. A very short time to deliver this project. If you have to use a traditional ground survey, it's going to take you months. Professionals and experts are at the point of probably embracing sustainability in our approach. So we used area mapping with Wingtron Gen 2 fixed Wingtron. You're going to see the process as we proceed. So the location map here is telling us where the project is in city, and then just the red dot is showing the location of Usman Dam on the Abuja master plan. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I guess the screen is off, so, all right. So, the project workflow, by the time the screen is off, we definitely follow through. The project workflow involves just us having about 5 days to accomplish this project. Like I said, initially we were supposed to be using 2 to 3 months if it was to be traditional approach. So we embarked on this project and we used just 5 days. On day 1, we were in the office doing our deck study, planning the mission, how we're going to approach the project. Mind you, we are saving a lot because we could have proceeded to site, burned fossil fuel, did a lot of recce and all like that. But we did all that within the confines of our office, planned everything before we make the first contact to the site. So on getting to the site, which is on day 2, it was to establish what we call the GCPs. How accurate is it? So we told them that, okay, we always go to the site, establish several GCPs, which is going to be used to recalibrate all the data that is being captured as we probably start our data processing. I just hope this can come up in time for us to see what it looks like. So on day 2, we take our drone to site. Like we said, we have several drones, but this particular one we are using for this mission, because of the large scale, is a wing track fixed wing drone. That's what we're using. So on day 2, we use that, and then after capturing our data, we proceed with data processing. Hopefully, I would love this to be projected for us to see. I don't know if I can just buy a few minutes to wait. Am I permitted? Okay. Okay, I think the screen is back up, so we can see. So the workflow, like I said, was just 5 days, compared to probably using 2 months at the site. It's 500 hectares, massive. So the one we were able to do our flight planning, GCP projection on the desk office, and the ROT for our real-time kinematic control. So day 2, we mounted our fixed wing and we took it to the site for the real ground survey. So this is what the flight planning looks like. The tools we use an application on the WingTrack device, which is called WingTrack Up, for the mission planning. The flight parameters is there. That's the flight height. Mind you, we have approval for flying. So the ground control were established. 18 point was set up on the site, and then we observed all the pre-flight protocols, which is weather clearance, site risk assessment, safety briefing conducted prior to takeoff. Okay, so this is the team on the site carrying out the execution. That's on day 2. That's the WingTrack drone that we use. It's a fixed wing drone. There are different types of drone, but due to the complexity of this project, this is what we are using. And you can also see that the terrain is not really dense. So you might be asking the question of, okay, what if the tree canopies is restricting the what's called now, the actual height on the ground. So we have this, and then we achieved a ground sampling distance of 2.4 centimeter. The accuracy was repositioned using the RTK, and that's at post-processing. So these are shots from the site to show us this. So I'm just going to give you just a few seconds. So this is how we were able to do this. Nevertheless, the team comprises of about 4 to 5 personnel, but we still had some security personnel with us on this mission. So what the personnel is trying to do now is to set up the base station, which communicates with the drone while it's flying. So the drone goes on the mission, and then it communicates back with the base station, recalibrating the accuracy as much as possible. We did about 5 flights. We commenced flight around 10 a.m. and by 4 p.m. we're done. Each flight is about 1 hour mission, so it goes and come back. We allow the battery to cool down a bit. We replace batteries, and we complete a mission of that will have taken about 3 months in just a day. So that's unboxing of the drone equipment. So this particular drone type is using the vertical takeoff and landing procedure. So you can see it's placed vertically. At the point it takes off, it alternates to an horizontal movement. Then it commences the mission. So here the mission is about to take off. The drone is about to take off here. So it goes off vertically, then proceeds with an horizontal movement and maps the entire site. So that is how the field activities went. That's just a simple procedure to achieve this on the site. And then the other things, we proceed to our office to start the data processing. So the output of the data is what we have here. We have the automosaic map, the contour map, the DEM, and then the last one, which is actually the most interesting part and aligns with the theme of our conference, is the point cloud, which we use in creating digital twin, and it forms the base for what the future of planning looks like. We create a virtual environment of what is existing, and then I can easily do a proposed design, see how it relates with the current environment virtually before you commence real-time project. So looking at what we did and how we were able to contribute to sustainability, traditional survey, the days it was going to take us, and then the CO2 emission. You can see it on the graph. The CO2 emission, while if we go ahead with traditional survey, we are going to deploy about nothing less than 3 to 4 ELOX trucks with personnel going every day for about 2 months. But now we just went one day with just about 2 trucks, and then we are done with the field mission and we proceeded with our data processing. Faster project completion, fewer personnel required. We brought down the carbon footprint by 70% and then enhanced safety. These are areas whereby it's inaccessible in some areas, and you can't imagine your personnel going for field mission and not coming back. So we're able to actually cut down on that. So here we talk about revolutionizing urban planning. The Usman District case study exemplifies how drone technology is not just an alternative, but a superior solution for large-scale infrastructure planning. Imagine we have a short time to plan what is coming. We have new district development, we have to do it, and we have to act fast. So these are technologies that is at our disposal now that will help us to be deployed to fast track our planning and our approach to infrastructure development. Its speed, accuracy, and efficiency paved the way for faster, smarter, and more sustainable urban development and beyond. So taking you to what the future looks like and the next step. Further integration. Where I come from, we've been advocating for building information modeling and the adoption over a time. But right now, we see that this is the best time to actually still project more of that, because the data we fetch from this exercise can be integrated into the BIM model, and then the integrated approach to planning sustainable infrastructure comes in. If you are used to infrastructure planning, you talk about the road network, the rails, the airport, seaport, and all like that. If you have a base model, which is what we generated from this exercise, on that you can start your planning either virtually, collaborating with all professionals involved, scaling these applications. Fortunately, there was a good news in the FCT just last 2 months that the entire FCT has been mapped digitally. So it's not yet in the local database now that the city has a twin model. So it was done just last 2 months by an organization from the United States. So policy advocacy, we are actually looking out for the government to put policies in place that will probably enable or to make this transition a quick one, because if there are policies guiding the adoption of technologies that will make professionals to sit up and say, okay, if we are to compete and catch up with the developed world, we have to embrace this new approach to our development. So advocate for national policies that support and regulate drone technology in urban development and infrastructure projects. So this is all I have to probably showcase on this project, and then I believe we are all entertained with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Olushola Halonge of CTB. Please, a round of applause for him once again. Okay, before I invite the Publicity Secretary of the ASCE Nigeria section to walk us through the Sustainable Infrastructure Recognition Award, I have an announcement. Please, lost but found, or lost and found, or lost but yet to be found, sorry. So there's an NFC activated card. It's black, looks like a business card, very unique. It has a tower image with an airplane on top of it. If you've seen it, please let us know. Again, NFC activated card, black in color, looks like a business card. If you've seen it, please let us know. It's for one of our attendees. Thank you very much. Also, there's a question here. It says, due to the exchange rates on professional development courses, it's quite expensive for young Nigerians It's quite expensive for young Nigerians. I would like to suggest that can there be discounted rates? Sorry, is this for ASCE? Is this on the ASCE platform? Okay. So, Mr. President, so someone is asking that ASCE courses are denominated based on dollars, and it's quite expensive for young Nigerians to access that. Is there an opportunity for discounted rates that the ASCE international team can look into? Any possibilities?
I will like to ask Tom to take this question.
Well, I will say that, you know, ASCE members, we have monthly e-webinars that are free, and so we do try and offer quite a bit of e-learning webinars that are part of membership. Also, all ASCE members get up to 10 free PDHs each year, so that's also in a library. There's a few hundred different learning courses there. So while there are some courses that are more expensive, and we do have reduced rates for dues, but not for continuing education, we do offer a significant amount of continuing education as part of the membership as well.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. So yes, no discounts, but there are other courses and webinars that you can, leverage until your pocket is fat enough. All right. I would now like to invite the Publicity Secretary for the ASCE Nigeria section, Ahmed Ayinla, to walk us through the Sustainable Infrastructure Recognition Award. Ahmed. Please, a round of applause for our Publicity Secretary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests and all our members and visitors and everybody. All protocols are duly observed. My name is Ahmed Ayinla. I'm the Publicity Chair for the American Society of Civil Engineers Nigeria International Section and also the Secretary of the Programs Committee for the section. This session is a very, very crucial part of this year's conference, and this year the section is proud to introduce the Sustainable Infrastructure Recognition Awards, which is aimed at celebrating and recognizing the influence and contributions of the players of the sustainable infrastructure landscape in Nigeria and of course globally. This is our first for the SIRA, and very briefly I'm going to introduce what SIRA is to the audience, and of course most especially to Mr. President Fenioski and the presidential team. If you open to page 16 of the program's brochure, you see the information about SIRA. And for those of us that doesn't have the brochure with us, just scan the QR code on your tag. It takes you to the conference website, and you scroll down halfway and you find download program brochure. Then you access the brochure, and that is also part of sustainability. We need to reduce our production footprint in terms of paper wastage. So the Sustainable Infrastructure Recognition Awards is the Nigeria's premier platform for celebrating excellence in sustainable, climate resilient and impactful infrastructure delivery. It is an initiative of the ASCE Nigeria section to honor individuals, organizations and projects transforming the built environment through innovation, resilience and bold leadership. In a world where infrastructure must rise to meet the challenges of climate change, this award exists to shine a spotlight on solutions that not only work but work for the planet, for the people and prosperity. And that is what sustainability is all about. It is not just an award, it is a movement and a statement of intent, a celebration of those building Nigeria forward responsibly. That is very key. So President Fenioski Tom, and the others. You remember where we were touring Lagos on Monday, on Tuesday. So we showed you around the beautiful projects we have around Lagos. You were able to experience the rail transport system that Lagos is building. You were able to experience the water infrastructure. You were able to experience the road infrastructure, and of course, the Eco-Atlantic City, and amongst others. So these are remarkable projects, and most of these projects, they are also sustainability inclined, and that is why we thought that this platform should be the perfect platform to celebrate this project, the people, and of course the organization behind this stride. So this marks the inaugural edition, and we hope to continue to celebrate sustainability in Nigeria through CIRA moving forward. So we have several categories for this year's CIRA Awards, and these categories recognize achievements across several sectors, such as the sustainable construction and engineering practices, the circular economy and waste innovation, the green energy, as well as climate-aligned design and consulting. So why now? The world and Nigeria are at a crossroad where climate change intensifies and urban demands grow. Infrastructure must do more than function, but must be resilient to withstand the ongoing climate crisis and actively contribute to achieving the Paris Agreement. Nigeria is already home to extraordinary examples of climate-smart innovation, resource efficiency, and indigenous excellence, but these efforts remain under-celebrated. And that is why we have CIRA to bridge this gap by rewarding bold action and sustainability leadership, by elevating visibility for homegrown innovations, by encouraging the replication and scale across Nigeria and the continent, and by aligning Nigeria's engineering narrative with global climate and infrastructure goals. This is the moment to move from policy to performance, from ideas to impact, from construction to conscience. Let's use this moment to celebrate those who are not just building, but building better for our future. Mr. President, permit me to introduce the 2025 CIRA awardees to you and to the audience. And IT, are you ready for the videos? Okay. So these awardees, let me also give a very brief background of how they come about, how they are selected. So we have a committee in the conference planning committee, a subcommittee that's actually collected nominations. Because of time, we had to do some internal nominations, and these nominations were carefully reviewed by the panels, and we also asked these nominees to submit some documents, some evidences, pictures, videos, news publications, write-ups that actually shows that they actually deserve the award. And after the submission, the committee further reviewed the submissions, and then they were graduated from being nominees to awardees. It will interest you to know that we actually received over 20 nominations, and before you today we have only 11 that graduated to the level of being an awardee. A round of applause for them, please. So I'm going to call the awardee. We have a very short video, very short display of their project or their work. Very short, maybe about 30 seconds or so. Then we call them forward. Then we call a presenter to present the award for them. And very briefly they take pictures and we call the next one. So we are going to do this very, very quickly, please. And when we call one awardee, I believe that the next one should be ready to take over from the other one. So I'm going to call on Construction Kaiser Limited for the category of Leadership in Sustainable Indigenous Construction. Construction Kaiser, please. Okay, so let's move to the next awardee, Elfad Concept Limited, with the category of Circular Economy and Waste Management Champion. Please move forward. And to present the award, I'm going to have the President Fenioski to present the award to Elfad Concept, and Mr. President Austin Odibi would also join in the photo session. Actually, both of you are going to be a static presenter, so be ready to stand till the rest of the awardee. Congratulations to Elfad. Please, IT, where's the video? For those of us that doesn't know what Elfad is doing,
okay, so let's go ahead.
Elfad is actually
okay. I'm a civil and environment engineer. I'm the managing director for Elfad Concept Limited. We're into sewage management, basically the anaerobic sewage treatment, which is the biodigester system. Timber digester. Okay, so let's go ahead. So I am engineer. I'm a civil and environment engineer, the managing director for Elfad Concept. We're into sewage management, basically the anaerobic sewage, which is the biodigester system. Been around for close to a decade, and solved sewage challenges for clients, done a lot of value engineering in the environmental space. The biodigester is a treatment option. Basically, there are two methods of treating sewage. There's anaerobic treatment, and now there's even what's called the anaerobic treatment. That is a combination of these two. What we do is the combination of these two. So the biodigester is the most sustainable treatment option. The world is shifting to new technologies that is reducing carbon footprint, reducing carbon emission, reducing emission into the atmosphere. A regular septic tank is like a holding station. So you put your waste for a period to get filled up. You call a truck or the MTM to pick up at a cost. But with the biodigester system, it's an on-site treatment. First of all, we want you to have your waste treated in your premises, and you get to enjoy the benefits of reusing your waste. Domestic houses or residences, such as the benefits of the biodigester system is that one, they're getting that space 100%, which is what you meet if you go to the ground now. The interlock is completely neat, so you won't be seeing anything treated on ground. So is that the water is sewage treated into water gas, and of course the water is discharged into the environment safely, so the environment is enjoying nutrients your sewage. So, of course, like I said earlier, team biodigestion, team sustainability, and that's
Thank you very much, and congratulations to Team ELFAD, Team Biodigester, Team Sustainability. So the next awardee on the list is IHS Towers. Do we have IHS Towers here?
Positive change and sustainable growth are within our reach. At IHS Towers, our mantra is simple. Better connections
So let's
mean
move
better
to the next,
opportunities.
please. Dangote Cement. Dangote Cement. Please bring up Dangote. Yes, Dangote is here. Okay, yeah, please, can you come forward and you receive your award, please? Dangote Cement. Oh. You were here. Okay. So, okay, so let's bring up the IHS video. Mr. President has just informed me that they are actually awardees, even though they are not here at the moment. So let's see what they are doing very shortly. Thank you. For the category of Green Energy Infrastructure Champion.
Positive change and sustainable growth are within our reach. At IHS Towers, our mantra is simple. Better connections mean better opportunities.
My name is Timley Odushino. I'm the CEO for Vescom and the lead for the IHS Lagos Innovation Center, Energy and Environment Hub. IHS's contribution to the energy hub has been very important as they've helped small businesses beyond just their financial commitment. They've also participated in contribution to the community to help small businesses and entrepreneurs grow.
I'm Shegun today, Team Lead Engineering for IHS Environmental and Energy Hub. The importance of the lab to inventors and technologists or startups is that it creates the opportunity for them to be able to get their ideas from the idea stage into prototyping stage. One of the biggest problems that we've had in Nigeria is the fact that we have a lot of inventors, a lot of engineers and technical people. They have lots of great ideas, but they don't have the tools to be able to practicalize or bring these ideas into fruition.
One of the key things that the hub has brought to the community is the events, like I mentioned, having the energy and the waste events here has brought new commitments and new awareness to the importance of waste, the importance of keeping the environment safe. By putting this in Alimosho, which is the largest local government and the farthest from the city center in Ikeja and on the island, it's reduced the cost of working for remote workers, for small businesses, and for entrepreneurs that are looking to build technology around the energy space.
So it's very important for them to have access to very important equipment that either too expensive for them to purchase or the cost of time for them to be able to import it or to be able to get access to it is so long. So this lab gives them the opportunity, and with this lab they're able to get their ideas and do basic prototyping that gets them to invent and also bring the ideas into fruition.
Thank you, IHS Towers. A round of applause for them, please. So next is Dangote Cement PLC, Innovation in Sustainable Materials and Industrial Processes. Okay. Now we move to Julius Berger for the Award of Leadership in Sustainable Construction. Congratulations to Julius Berger. as we all know, Julius Berger is a foremost construction giant in Nigeria. Congratulations to Julius Berger. Yeah, so yes, we're going to, after the award session, we are still going to have a very brief acceptance speech from some of the awardees. And of course, we're still going to host the awardee is Lafarge Africa. Lafarge Africa PLC for the category of innovation in sustainable materials and technology.
Friend is appropriate for our relationship with IFC. It's one of our proudest days to friends, and truly the word friend is appropriate for our relationship with IFC. It's one of our proudest days to come to the conclusion of this journey. Whilst we call it the conclusion of the journey, we know it's the start of other journeys as well, so we're mindful of that. Still, we have to celebrate the wins along the way.
The relationship between IFC and ASCE Bank began over 10 years ago. It's been a deep relationship. We're here to become a green building across many areas. And this leadership is opening the way for others to follow suit. And I just would like to say that ASCE Bank is the bottom line.
Picture this. You're sitting at the table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying your food choices have a great impact on others. Take beef, for example. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation, particularly in regions like the Amazon rainforest. As trees are collecting liquid for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. Also, did you know that 25% of all global climate change problems can be attributed to the food choices we make? That's right. Our personal decisions have a significant impact. Let us take a closer look at the numbers. Consider that beef you love so much. The production of 1 serving of beef emits about 330 grams of carbon, which is equivalent to driving a car for 3 miles. In comparison, a serving of chicken emits 52 grams. Fish emits 40 grams. Veggies emit 14 grams, and lentils emit just 2 grams. So you can see why beef packs such a punch. Here's the kicker. Ruminant animals like cows and gassy. The methane they produce is at least 25 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Livestock alone accounts for a little over 14% of global greenhouse emissions, which is on par with transportation. Fear not. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. But by making conscious changes, we can contribute to a better tomorrow. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week. Indulging in beef just once a month. And filling our plates with of plant-based goodness by reducing your meat consumption.
Okay, thank you, Access Bank. And the next award goes to a very diligent indigenous construction company shaping the urban mobility infrastructure in Nigeria. Let's welcome Planet Projects Limited for the category of Sustainable Urban Mobility Infrastructure Champion. Congratulations to Planet Projects.
Attention please.
With the completion of the Mabushi bus terminal, we are taking decisive steps to bring order, accountability, and safety to public transportation.
Planet Projects Limited welcome your excellencies and your team to Abuja's first bus terminal, the Mabushi bus terminal.
Today is made as we open the first bus terminal of ASCE. This terminal has been built by Nigerians over 3,000 Nigerians over a period of 10 months. With rain, with sun, and everything working against. But we thank God today. Within a period of 10 months, we were able to deliver.
A round of applause for Planet Project Limited. Let's keep clapping, please. Let's keep clapping for them. They did this in Abuja, they did it in Lagos, they did it in Calabar, everywhere you go in Nigeria. And the next is a project that everybody is talking about globally. This project has won a lot of sustainability awards, including the IFC Edge Award as well. The ARC Legacy Project for Resilient Infrastructure Project of the Year category. Please, let's have the video so that the project can speak for itself.
This is tabernacle of rescue to preserve the generation. Welcome to the stadium luxury so be a city of refuge for the preservation of nations.
What God is doing has never happened. Anywhere in the world.
Since groundbreaking on March 15, 2021, God has continued to build what nation and work as its commencement. Why is gigantic? It is because God created it and this is heavily on it.
A round of applause for the ARC Legacy Project. And the next is H&W Energy Limited for the category of Sustainable Energy Infrastructure Advancement. Are they here? A round of applause for H&W, please. Let's keep clapping as they receive the award. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. And the last but not the least is the one shaping the scaffolding and formwork landscape, Perry Nigeria Limited, for the innovation in sustainable materials and technology. A round of applause for Perry, please. Congratulations. Congratulations to Perry. A round of applause, please, for them. Do we have any of the awardees now? Construction Kaiser Limited. Are they in the hall? IHS Towers. Dangote Cement. Lafarge Africa PLC. Access Bank. The Hack Legacy Project. Of the 2025 next year, and by the grace of God, we are going to keep in it, you know, your preferred deserving SIRA awardee. A round of applause once again for all the awardees. In the spirit of award presentation, we have some awards and certificates to present. As you're all aware that the ASCE conference over the past 4 years gives BOD members, fellows, and very, very distinguished sponsors who have always been supporting the cause of this program. And we've also been, over the years, appreciating them in the little way we can. So this year, we've identified some of the sponsors to receive the award for supporting the conference, supporting the session, always supporting us, not only for conference, even some of them also support our quarterly meetings and programs. Please, 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 a round of applause for all the people that have supported this particular conference. You know, it wasn't an easy task, but then we appreciate everyone for believing in this cause, for also taking on the challenge to host our distinguished global presidential team and to contribute to making this. Then we move to the committee, the members of the Presidential Visits Planning Committee. So the first to receive the award is Glatrico Nigeria Limited. And to present the award would be sorry for stressing you, Mr. President. Yeah. Congratulations to Glatrico. Please, a round of applause for them. Where we'll have a lot of pictures. Okay. So the another awardee is RSM Services Limited. A round of applause for RSM Services Limited, please. Yeah. A round of applause for RSM. Back to back. Thank you. Company Limited. A round of applause for Ziv. Another back to back. Okay, so moving on, we move to certificate of appreciation to distinguished members of the Presidential Planning Committee who have invested a lot of sweat, money, effort, brain, time, equity. So the first on this list is the president-elect of the ASCE Nigeria International Section. Please, is he online? Engineer Abbasiatai, FASCE. Engineer is also the chair of the programs committee, the driver of this particular session, the conference. Okay, he's online. Congratulations, Mr. President-elect.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well done and best regards.
Okay. So, the president is sending his regards to you, Mr. President-elect. So very, 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 very. Congratulations, Engineer Peter. Next year is also one of our leaders in the section. He's a past president, but he keeps driving. In fact, he's very, very important to this cause because without him, no money. He's the engine room that is driving fundraising. Engineer Chief Blessing Obo, fellow of the American Society of Civil Engineers. Congratulations, sir. And to another engine room of this committee, of course, even without him, without her, I've given you the hints now, because obviously she's the only her. Madam President, Engineer Mobolaji Olagbemiro, President of Abuja branch. She is so. The next is our distinguished icon, our pride, the pioneer president of the ASCE Nigeria section, a past governor of Region 10, and also saying this with a sense of pride, not humility now, pride. The incoming Region 10 Director, Engineer Dr. Emmanuel Adeyemo, Fellow of the American Society of Civil Engineers. Congratulations, sir. The leader of the whole arrangement, the man that actually made it happen. See, I don't want to say what is in my mind. Having the president of ASCE in Nigeria this time, well, I don't know if some of us might. Anyway, don't worry. Let's be optimistic. And all the Region 10 Board of Governors in Nigeria, it's a great privilege, a great one. And to the man that made all this happen, if I start to, maybe we even drop Shida Zan, the fellow of the American Society of Civil Engineers. He's the chairman of the Presidential Visit Planning Committee, with his very, very rugged, untiring effort. He's been very wonderful, very, very wonderful. Very, very wonderful. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. And to the owner, the host, the city boy. Don't worry, let me call him whatever I like, because this actually is a rare opportunity for you to have been the president when you are. I think he deserves it. I think he deserves it. He deserves it because he's a leader. A leader. Engineer Austin Odibi, President of ASCE Nigeria International Section. Congratulations, sir. Who is this? So, I want to use this. Okay. Okay, and this next award is for the smallest boy who is just privileged to be among great giants. He doesn't deserve it, but they just feel like, let him have it. I appreciate the privilege, sir. This award, this certificate is for Ahmed Ainla, my humble self. Okay, so that will be all for now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President and the team. So I think my job, I'm done. Okay, so taking the closing remarks. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Closing remarks. Okay. Closing remarks. We're gonna call on the chairman of the Presidential Visit Committee to give us the closing remarks, while the chair of the Conference Planning Committee gives us the vote of thanks. I think that's in order. Yeah, so please, sir, Engineer Rashid Hassan, closing remarks.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, I want to thank the President, Fenilski Penamora, sincerely on behalf of members in Nigeria and the entire country. We are grateful to you and your team for honoring our invitation to Nigeria. Tom Smith, you are great. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence. My fellow governors, Panos has left. His flight is tonight. We are grateful to him. Kamal Aksiri, thank you very much. Gamarin, thank you for your presence. And our pioneer president and director-elect, Engineer Dr. Adeyemo, thank you for your leadership in this section. We appreciate. My president, the driver of this, and the host, we appreciate your leadership too. April Landa, thank you for the leadership you have provided for Region 10. We appreciate you. Neighbors, thank you too for the good job you do, never tiring, in the night, during the day, in the office, providing service to Region 10 members. We appreciate you. And our past presidents and leaders in the section, Engineer Otinwa, Engineer Chief Obo, and the friends of the house, our spouses that are here present, Madam Hassan, Madam Udibi, we appreciate your presence. Our invited guests, our erudite leader in the country, past NIS.E president, we appreciate you, sir, for your presence. Okay, what about the other? Okay, he's left. Okay, and our lead presenter, we appreciate you too. Engineer Mohammed, thank you for your support, financial and physical presence, all the way from Borono. We appreciate you. And the current president of NIS.E, we appreciate you, sir, my president. Thank you for your presence. NC NICE, Engineer Ajanoku, is also of great support to the section. I think he has left. He said he will join us at the dinner time. The awardees, thank you for making Iberia proud. We hope sincerely that you continue in this way to build, produce, and do engineering sustainably. Other members in the house, non-members, our students, younger members, and everyone in the house, we appreciate all of you. It's a great day. We started this Monday. We were in Abuja. On Tuesday, we did tour of Lagos. Later, we had engagements with our members in Lagos and the environment. We did that in Abuja for Kaduna and Abuja's branches. Then yesterday, Wednesday, we had our Board of Governors meeting. So far, so good. We appreciate the presentations and the encouragement. You know, we have learned a lot from our visitors and from among ourselves, and we hope we'll continue to do the advocacy we continue to make engineering proud. We continue to be sustainable in our designs. Was it yesterday that when you build and disaster comes, then the functionality must return after the disaster. Then you'll be building a structure that is resilient. It's like you have purchased an insurance when you design and build with resilience in mind. So that resonates with me, and I think it should resonate with everyone, and that is the way to go. So members from Kaduna, from Abuja, from everywhere, we thank you, your contributions since we started. Everyone is great, and we hope sincerely that our visitors and participants, they enjoy the little we are able to provide in terms of everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's looking like Governor just did the vote of thanks and closing remarks. So, but I think what we'll do is to have the chair of the programs committee to just give us a very brief remark, his closing remark. I believe is online. Engineer Abasiatai, are you on, sir? And as we're doing
thank
that...
Thank you, Engineer Ahmed.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And sincere and deep appreciation to our leaders from ASCE in the US and our visitors. It's been a wonderful experience and great learning for everyone in the conference and beyond. It just marks that our commitment is sure to keep to what we have learned here and make sure we create a better world. So as we close the conference, we're leaving much better than we were when we started the conference. And that means we're going to have a better environment going forward into the future. Thanks once again, everyone. Thanks to our leaders, thanks to our awardees, thanks to our sponsors, and our very best regards. It's been a great conference. Thanks and bye.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President-elect. And we also think that it's important to also hear from very few of the members, just very, very quickly. Please, when you get the mic, 1 minute, maximum 2 minutes. Yes, maximum 2 minutes. We're just going to have like maybe 3 people. We also would like to hear from the students. Okay, yes. Okay, 1 on the Zoom, then 2 here. Okay, good. So just 2 people. Anyone among the students? Okay, Engineer Mohammed 1. Who is the second person? Okay, Stephen. Oh, great. So very quickly, sir.
Thank you. This is a time well spent. Engineer Mohammed Umaru is my name. I want to appreciate the leadership of ASCN from US and his team. I was here listening all the presentations and then the inclination on how we should mentor our young ones. I think this is very key in whatever we are doing. We can take it from here that each and every one of us that is opportune to be a leader in his company or anywhere he finds himself working as a professional engineer should put it at the back of his mind and challenge himself, or let's challenge ourselves, that we must mentor the few we can. That is how posterity will judge us right. And it mustn't be somebody whom you feel you are working with. You can identify talents outside that cycle. By so doing, we will definitely encourage our young ones, and at the end of the day, they will be a very good successor. Because I think the joy of any successful father is to have a worthy successor. So this I want to encourage all of us. Please, it's not coming here to discuss about, okay, we need to mentor, we need to internalize it. Some of our colleagues that have done that before now have really reaped the benefit even after their lives. So I want us to really take that very seriously. Please, just like the way one of the presenters here at the plenary spoke, we need to really take that very serious and ensure that we mentor minimum of 2. If all of us can do that, don't always undermine yourselves and say, okay, I'm handling a very small company. That is not a reason. This, I want us to take it home and ensure that we mentor no matter how little we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Engineer Umar. That's a very brilliant submission. Mentorship is the way to go.
Thank you so much. My name is Ashu Sejuro Stephen. I recently graduated from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, last month, and I'm using this medium to say a very big thanks to the ASCE Nigeria section and international section. Like the journey being a student has been a great one. I have the perspective that even when we get mentorship from the professionals and also other senior members, I have the perspective that it shouldn't be a consumer side, so it's a win-win. So we have to, as students as well, we have to do some sort of giving back to them, because we don't have those capacity, but the little that we have, we give them, and they also give us for our own growth ourselves. So as students, we are looking forward to other opportunities for undergraduates, graduate roles, and the more. So it's always a very big one for us, and we are saying a very big thank you for all the fatherly love, the care, and everything. So like Oliver Twist, we always ask for more, and as your kids, so thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. So anyone online, please use the raise hand feature. Okay. Or are you gifting those that are on site? Anyway, so thank you so much. I think, please, Mr. President, please permit me to do one thing, just very quickly, to recognize my support system, the volunteers. They've actually been very wonderful. Stephen is one of them. Please, guys, quickly come out. Yusuf. Come. Dolapo, Tawakal. I think online. So I think I also saw Ridwan. Okay, that's Ridwan, yeah. And all the volunteers as well, because it's not just technical volunteers. We have other volunteers that have been supporting the cause. And these guys have been very, very wonderful. In fact, they thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. And this is a motivation for you guys to always do more. And Stephen has said you are Oliver Twist. Me too, I'm Oliver Twist too. So I'm coming back. Yeah, Stephen. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, sirs. And congratulations, guys. So the next is for us to now, I believe this is the end of the session. So let's rise. National anthem. Are you guys ready? IT? Please, let's rise for the national anthem, please.
Nigeria,
we hail thee. Nigeria, we hail thee. Our dear native land, those drops and tongue, brotherhood we stand. Nigerians are proud to set us sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace, all battles honor, and these we can't escape. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant thee our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. So peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Nigeria. Thank you. So, yeah, the next is now group photographs. So, I don't know. We have a red carpet banner over there. It's not okay. So, can we just use the stage? Please kindly project. Yes. Do you have this?
Aircraft carrier shelter you seized, previously owned by a small
The
faction of about
guest
800
first.
people.
The guest first.
Now
with
it's
okay.
entirely yours.
Yes.
Although
The
you
guest
lost
first.
over 500 members, you finally have your shelter.
The guest with you and governor. Okay, yes, just like that. Let's take this. Yes, please. Where's okay? Okay, so the BODs, Nigeria section BODs, join them, please. And friends of the BODs, the friends of the BODs, please. Where is Madam President Abuja branch? Where is Engineer Peter Seriki? Where is Engineer Peter? Engineer Olagbemiro? Yes, and Engineer Razak Owolabi. Please come out, come out, come out, come out. Okay, where is Ahmed Ayinla? Okay, so now our guests, please. Okay, the president said everybody should join. The global president said everybody should join. But let's be orderly, please. Orderly, please. Please, sir, Mr. President, you can come towards this side. So, young members should squat. If you are young like me, squat. Yes. Yeah, guys. You know this is how we do it every year now.
Premium is ad-free YouTube plus the music app. One subscription.
So, I'll say it. Mr. President knows we've been doing that since Monday now. So now, everybody say ASCE. Now, I want only the visitors to say this. Ekolele. Great, you see. Okay, this is Lagos. This is Nigeria.
This is Nigeria.
This is ASCE Nigeria section.
This is ASCE Nigeria.
Mr. President. Yeah, you guys go back to your position. Go back to your position. I've been learning to do that wave since Mr. President has oh yeah now. 3, 2. Yeah. Nice one. Thank you so much. So guys, please, this is a very special announcement. Follow ASCE Nigeria section on all social media on Facebook. Okay, please. Make sure you do that.
Load music and podcasts to listen offline or on the go. Enjoy thousands of customized playlists and radio stations.
For those joining us online, thank you very much for staying. Also,
Hello everyone. If we still have Sierra awardees around, you can come and take a picture with a very beautiful background.